last video, beard, get a haircut was the consensus. Man, this is episode 2 of Camp Clutch. Today's gameplay is going to be featuring the Moody Swede. This guy's a 16-year-old UK kid and one of the best snipers on YouTube. You guys are awesome. And I got something else on my mind, Mr. Sark. I see you throwing down all these challenges, but I got one for you. You and me, one-on-one. You pick the game type. I want to take you down. And guess what? There's your YouTube channel. So if anybody wants to post a message on his profile saying, hey, you would like to accept the challenge, I would encourage you to do so. What do you guys think? Better? Not look like a pedophile. Of course, you're not better at this point. You're an alcoholic. Okay, guys, enjoy the show.
stream, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for swinging by and spending your morning with me. Silent assassin with 99 months. It doesn't count until it's 100. Until then, I don't care. I'm just playing. Do I look red today? What's up with it? Why do I look so red today? What's going on there? Do we need to turn the saturation down a little bit? Let me wait. Why is it? That's a little bit better. Why don't we do that? Is that better? How does that look? Irish Stew with 58 months. Dr. Roxo with 19 months. Good morning, Twitch homies. Good morning. Good morning. No, turn that down. I think right about there. Good. Maybe right there. Okay. Moomin, Lopsided Pixel, Lazy Sunday, Mr. Stewart, UK Luke. Good morning. Burnt Bread, General So, Alex, Two Hinged, Naughty Pop, Nublar Numa, Lemonhead, Chill House Mix, Jinx, good morning. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Jay Greaves, Led Lacars, I don't know how to say that name. Faye Machina, West Wendigo, Sham, Kaiser Bear, good morning, everybody. Okay, I have about 18,000 videos bookmarked to watch this morning, and I don't even know where to begin. First of all, Mamdani went on Majority Report. So Mamdani has already been making waves through some of his staffing decisions, and more recently, because he not only declined to endorse an insurgent left-wing candidate looking to unseat Jeffries, I think he showed up at a DSA conference to advise the conference to vote to not endorse Jeffries' challenger. So he actually went above and beyond just not endorsing. And this made a lot of people upset. Emma Vigeland, for example, she tweeted out something. Well, I think that was actually more about AOC. AOC similarly declined to endorse Jeffries' challenger. My assumption, and I could be wrong, but my assumption is that they calculated that there is no real appetite to unseat Jeffries yet. Or in the case of Mamdani, he might be calculating that he's got enough on his plate to worry about in terms of actually trying to deliver his agenda. I actually think that it's really fucking important that Mamdani actually deliver on at least some of his signature campaign policies. He doesn't do that. I think that that could potentially, set the progressives back a bit. I think he's got a lot riding on that, and I don't know if he wants to pick a fight with like one of the most powerful Democrats in DC before he's even entered office. That just seems like you're trying to spin too many plates at the same time. You got too much on your plate trying to do that. Sounds like he's spending his political capital wisely. Well, I mean, I've been saying for a while, I think this guy is obviously a very pragmatic guy, and it's funny because I feel like I've been telling you guys, you regulars will have remembered me saying that I am a progressive, and yet I feel like I don't really have any solid representation in the actual political machine, because it doesn't seem like there are a lot of progressives that are pragmatic. And I've been waiting for somebody to come along and demonstrate that the movement can demonstrate pragmatism. And then fucking Mamdani comes along and he's super pragmatic. It's just really interesting timing because I feel like I said that just like a month ago. That I really needed some representation from a progressive who can be pragmatic. And then the universe just plopped him right in front of me right there. Hutch is the main character in the simulation. Sometimes I feel like that with my life. Sometimes I definitely feel like that. I don't know what it is. It's just insane luck. I have many moments where I'm like, this has to be a simulation. So Hutch is a PP? Oh, a PP, a pragmatic progressive. I like that. We need PPs around here. We need more PPs. Okay, so let's dive into this. And then we might just dive right into the Destiny panel. I saw some clips from that. It looked quite explosive, but I have literally like 17 videos that we could watch. There's a Jennifer Welsh video that I wanted to watch a little bit of that. I'm gonna try. I'm really gonna try to not talk as much, to stop yapping as much. I'm gonna try my heart out. Because I know that I pause too much. I know it's a thing. Okay, let's dive right into this one and I'll figure out what we're watching next.
Graham, the now Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor-elect, thanks for joining us.
Very welcome. They tried very hard, the internet gods, to keep us off. They couldn't.
We have successfully, and that is, I know.
Let the people know we're calling in live.
Yes. Yes.
We should say that you're in the middle of.
I have a question for the ladies. We do have a few more ladies in the audience these days. Jen, I see you. Serena. Is Mamdani like super attractive? Do you think? I'm just curious. The ladies and my gay men viewers, my gay men. Is he like super attractive or is he, you know, kind of cute? Gay guy. Yes, he's quite attractive. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm not attracted to men. Just generally speaking. With some exceptions. Jason Momoa, for example. I don't know. Yeah. Honestly, I find Sam Cedar more attractive than Mamdani. That's just... It's the salt and pepper is what it is. I'm jealous. I want the whiteness in my beard. And it's just not coming. Maybe like a little bit. Like right. That looks like a little. It's because I have an auburn beard. And so it's harder to see like the white hairs is what's going on with that. I like silver foxes, but I'm not really into Sam. You know who's the ultimate silver fox king is fucking Ben Affleck as Batman. Wait, did he even have a beard for that? He did, right? In Justice League, I think he grew out a beard. I'm sorry. We're doing stupid rants.
Of your transition team. I know you guys are raising money for that because apparently there's no city money for that. And it's showing in the context of the internet. And so hopefully we can get folks to come and contribute to that effort. But we don't have you for very much, so I want to jump right into it. There's obviously a little bit of controversy since you've been over the past week or so. You went to go visit Donald Trump. He's the president of the United States. And there's also been, talk about you were asked about supporting Hakeem Jeffries this weekend. I'm really curious as to it seems to me you have two constituencies. You have the citizens of New York City who elected you on 4 major.
Why is the quality so poor? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? It looks like shit. Did they have a better version on the... Hold on. What's the timestamp on this? 108. I think they have a dedicated video. I'm just going to see if the quality is a little bit better. It looks like 360p or whatever it is.
4 major material platforms.
Here.
Showing in the context of the internet.
Nope. Still looks like shit. I don't know what's going on, but whatever.
Material platforms. And then you also have movement people and who are looking for you to bring a politics that's associated with the DSA and progressive left of the Democratic Party. And
27 Matt 27 with 76 months and Chill House mixes with $250 euro. You said adjust the white balance, not the saturation, but I don't know if I can. That's not an option here. Not, yeah. Anyways, yeah, thank you.
There's people who are in both parts of that Venn diagram. I think we are probably. How do you serve both those things? Do you feel that there have to be concessions made on one side or another or both? I mean, how do you? What trumps? Forgive the pun.
I think what gives me hope, frankly, is that I don't actually see these as 2 distinct constituencies innately of themselves. I think at the heart of both New Yorkers at large and of the movement that I'm so proud to be a part of is a concern for the material. What does any decision actually mean for working people's ability to live a dignified life? And that, to me, has to be the framework through which I approach any decision or conversation. And, there's been a lot of questions I've been asked of who won in the conversation you had with President Trump. And it is all geared towards a sense that it has to be one politician or the other politician. And what I've said is, in fact, that it was New Yorkers who won, because it's New Yorkers that we actually spoke about. And I actually told the president directly that, we launched our campaign on October 23rd of last year, but there were far more people who actually heard about us after the president won election, where we went and interviewed New Yorkers in the hearts of the neighborhoods that swung towards him in New York City, right? Fordham Road in the Bronx, Hillside Avenue in Queens. And I spoke to the president how it was cost of living that brought those New Yorkers to his campaign and cheaper groceries, and how we sought to build a campaign looking to answer the question of how do we bring those voters back into a Democratic primary and back into the politics of our city. And
he's just so laser focused, I find this guy to just be so impressive. He's so laser focused on what his priorities are. And I think he speaks a language that is, I feel like oftentimes on the left, we will oftentimes use language that is sometimes esoteric, a little snobby, I'll throw in an ostensibly every once in a while, and I don't really need to do that. Of course, I'm not a politician, but it's just not necessary. And I think it's really obvious that this guy is just very disciplined in his messaging. Led, thank you so much for $2. Here's $2 to say my name right. It's Icarus with an I. Oh, Led Icarus. Thank you so much, buddy.
And we did so by listening to their concerns and looking to build a platform that spoke directly to them as opposed to have to be translated to them. And even in the conversation around, the question of primary challenges, and much of this I would say is typically private within DSA, but everything I've said has been reported publicly, so I might as well just speak about it to you directly. I went to the endorsement forum that was considering whether or not to endorse C in that primary challenge, and what I said there is that this is not a question of the ballot box of who you would rather vote for. This is a question of how you want to spend the next year. Do you want to spend the next year?
Cool it, Mira. Cool it. You know what I did, you guys? I went to, it's been a couple weeks. I went to Ogre Boy's Twitter feed, and he's still, he might be watching right now. He still watches. He still watches and subtweets. For some reason, you can't see blocked profiles on desktop, but you can on mobile. But he was doing the live tweeting and subtweeting yesterday. Damn, he's still at it fucking 2 weeks later. And I haven't really been looking at my mentions very much at all in the last week and a half since I got a little bit sick. I'm feeling better, by the way. I got a good night's sleep last night. So, if you made an alt account trying to bait me more, I wouldn't even know because I just haven't even been looking at the mentions. But yeah, he's still at it, bro. Still at it.
Fulfilling the agenda at the heart of this movement, or do you want to spend it defending the caricatures of that movement?
Okay, so that part was really important. I apologize. I cut him off. Let's
see in that primary challenge. And what I said there is that this is not a question of the ballot box of who you would rather vote for. This is a question of how you want to spend the next year. Do you want to spend the next year fulfilling the agenda at the heart of this movement, or do you want to spend it defending the caricatures of that movement?
I thought this was an interesting line. I did see this clip on Twitter, and I'm curious as to what you guys think that means. He said, do you want to spend the rest of this year, or do you want to spend the next year basically trying to deliver on his agenda, or do you want to spend that year defending the caricatures of the movement? What do you guys think he meant by that? When he said the caricatures of the movement, was he saying that? I guess in my mind, I take it to mean that the DSA types and the sort of the populist left are known for being very combative and very hostile and very standoffish, and maybe having an attempted primary on Jeffries be the very first thing that he does, the most notable thing that he does, would play into that kind of trope. But I just, yeah, what do you think he meant by the caricatures of the left? I think he's acknowledging the ContraPoints take. I think you're close to it with that one. I think he just means conservatives labeling him as a communist. Do you actually deliver affordability, or do you just want to virtue signal and LARP? Is he making a stance against performative politics? Yeah, I just thought that was really interesting language to use, and I couldn't quite specify exactly what he meant with a whole lot of confidence. So is Zoran Hutch-pilled? I don't know about that, but I'm Zoran-pilled for sure. I think he has good instincts. I keep saying that, but I really do think he has good instincts. Stop focusing on political drama and theater and just do shit people like. But I guess the pushback that I imagine would be, why can't you do both? And so what's the steel man there? If somebody were to say, well, why can't you do both? Why can't you focus on your legislative agenda and at the same time use your newfound influence to try to reshape the Congress or the Democratic Party in a better direction? Why can't you do both? I mean, I have some thoughts, but I imagine that's what a lot of people would think. Because it is self-sabotaging when you indulge in drama. I don't know if we should reduce such a thing as like drama. You know, they see Jeffries as a hindrance to their movement. And so unseating him would make a huge difference in their minds. So I don't know if I would call that drama. People have a limited amount of attention and drama eats a lot of it. Yeah, I guess, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. If he, like, so, I can't stress enough, if he actually is able to pull off some or all of his signature promises, especially if he can deliver free childcare, I mean, that's probably the biggest one, right? I think that would cost billions of dollars annually in New York City, and I feel like that would probably be the most impactful. Free and fair buses, free and fast buses would be felt by a lot of people, but I think the free childcare would be felt in a more kind of impactful way. But if he is actually able to get those things done, I think that you're going to see a lot more candidates like him have success in races all over the country. So I really can't stress enough how much is riding on, you know, his first year. There's a lot riding on this guy. You can't reliably change the direction of the Congress unless you remove the monetary incentives of those in Congress to act that way. Look at where interns, advisors end up after their time there. Hutch, little Timmy went on Jubilee. They're going to get milled. Tim Miller was on Jubilee. I did see that, but you can't watch Jubilee videos on YouTube streams, unfortunately.
And the decision that I made, and the one that I shared with other members that night as they were considering how to participate in that democratic process, is to maximize every chance we have to fulfill the promises we made door after door, call after call, with many New Yorkers who had otherwise lost faith in politics years ago, so that we can tell them that success isn't just measured in the election we've already had, but also in our fulfillment of the agenda at the heart of that election.
Well,
and
yes.
I think that this...
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Well, I don't know. And I was just going to say that I don't ever presume that everyone will come to the same conclusion as me. I don't think that dissent or critique is something that I'm above in sharing these decisions, but they do come from this as my framework, and I think it's honestly helpful to be able to share it with people.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just eager to ask you these things because we have you for such a limited time. Really, is one is it your kind of belief basically that delivering on your agenda in terms of the macro constituency that Sam was just speaking about is the best way to kind of show how the movement can expand and have more politicians like yourself across the country run in that way? And I would imagine
yes. Yes. I think the answer to that is a resounding yes. If he can deliver on his agenda, and I don't think he can, but let's just imagine a world where he does deliver on the big 4 or 5 things that he was promising. I think that gives him in the movement more leverage to actually, you know, in the future, if they want to, take on more establishment candidates and defeat them in primaries. Like, his success will flow downstream and it will help to bolster the movement. If he can get tangible wins, if he can show tangible success. But if you try too early to do that, like, takeover, then you risk not only falling on your face in terms of not unseating Jeffries, which I think would be really tough, but I think that also would hurt his efforts to get his policies done too. Like, he can't really afford to go to war just yet. You know, he's built up some political capital, but not enough to start taking swings at the fucking king, you know? Black-pilled Kiwi with 5 New Zealand, a pragmatic progressive, and is an oxymoron to most of the online left. Pragmatism implies a compromise, so rabid leftists will cry traitor if anybody hedges. Yeah, the more extreme voices for sure. Yeah.
And that was motivating you and what you said to DSA. And 2, does that mean that you're ruling out supporting primary challenges broadly throughout the city?
No, that I've made no sweeping decision on something at like a larger level as that. And to your first question, I think often about what Bernie said at our rally, which was that what our opponents in the campaign feared the most was the power of example. And that example is not of just winning the election. That's the example of delivering a rent freeze, of fast and free buses, of universal childcare. Because those are things you can hold on to. Those are things that you can actually feel and see in your life. And so much of politics is this game of translation where a politician says something and then you have to jump through 10 hoops to understand how it relates to you, or if you're eligible, or if you hit the threshold. And these are not things that require that kind of a translation. These are things that are direct to our lives. And I think that it's, I remember when I was running for assembly, a friend of mine, Kara McCurdy, who's an incredible photographer who works on our campaign, I gave her the palm card that we had just designed with Anish, who actually created the logo for this mayoral campaign. And I thought it was the best palm card we'd ever made. And she looked at it and she said, "What do these words mean?" And we were just using a language that speaks only to a very specific set of people. And I think it just comes back to that you need to speak directly to people, you need to speak about policies that are also direct to their lives, and it all needs to be without translation. And so to me, once we succeed in the fulfillment of any part of this agenda, it becomes an example of why New Yorkers made the right decision to believe that politics could be more than this, as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but I am quite convinced that your success in achieving these, the 4 main planks that of affordability that you ran on, I think are really fundamental to the future of the movement, and so that's why my interest in where you feel like you have to make those decisions that are focused on delivering that material thing. About 6 months after you won the primary, we were talking that you have a limited window of peak leverage, not just because you're coming off of the win, but also because Albany is tied up in the governor's race, and the present governor has a candidate running to her left in some fashion, and that it might provide you with more leverage. I'm curious. And it ties into this fact that, like, it's nuts to me that there isn't transition funds. That because it's nuts to me too, brother. I would imagine. I mean, it's honestly, this isn't with all due respect to my hometown, this isn't, you're not becoming mayor of Worcester, Massachusetts. This is a big city, and but your need for transition to be running on day one, because what do you see as like your window of peak leverage to?
They're already purity testing. They are, but you know what? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys think that Mamdani is kind of the de facto leader of the progressive movement right now? Or am I might be inflating him a little bit there. Maybe AOC and Bernie are still on a higher kind of plane, but I don't know. I feel like he's rapidly ascending. It's probably AOC. I think you're probably right about that. But I think he is rapidly ascending, and I think another thing that I like about this guy in terms of his potential is that he can demonstrate the value of the kind of pragmatism I've been talking about recently. So they're going to question him for not endorsing Jeffrey's challenger. They're going to question him for, being diplomatic with Trump in the Oval Office. They're going to try to purity test this guy. But if he can demonstrate the value of that pragmatism, I think that he can hopefully teach the movement about the value of being tactical, being calculated, being thoughtful, not taking every swing that you could possibly take, pulling your punches sometimes. He can demonstrate the value of restraint and compromise and that kind of thing. Because if he can deliver on that agenda and if he can make a compelling argument that the reason why he was able to deliver on the agenda was because he was smart in the decisions that he made, maybe he can kind of be a guiding light for the movement. That would be ideal. That would be so ideal. Because he's super influential. It's very obvious that, at least in this interview, Sam and Emma, seem to be very deferential to him. They seem to respect this guy. They seem to respect his thought process, and maybe he bestows a valuable lesson that I feel like is very long overdue in the movement, Did you see that the mother of Leavitt's nephew was detained by ICE? No, I did not see that. Wait, what? As mayor of New York City, he will be able to make instant news basically whenever he wants. Not too many Democrats can rival that. Maybe Newsom and AOC. The reason why I think that maybe you could make an argument that this guy is now the de facto leader of the progressive movement is because of that. AOC is obviously very influential in her capacity as a United States representative in the House. That's obviously very influential. She's an enormous fundraiser. People go to her for, very unlikely people go to her for endorsements. There was some reporting last week, I think, that which one was the candidate that just won in Spanberger in Virginia? There was some reporting last week that Spanberger reached out to her and asked her for an endorsement. That's kind of interesting. Spanberger asked for her endorsement. That's, if people are going to her and asking her for an endorsement, she's, that's a testament to her being as influential as she is. But Mamdani, to your point, I think can command news cycles and attention in ways that AOC cannot. Like, he has direct influence over a city of 9 million people. So he's just going to have a lot more opportunity to position himself. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. Do you want a link to the Caroline Leavitt story? I do. That sounds insane. The conspiracy theory is that she signed off on it so her brother could get full custody. Okay. This is the Leavitt thing? Majority Report used to be far more pragmatism pilled than they are now. This is a glimpse back to a better time, like a dementia episode where they remember for a moment. That was my recollection, but I was also I would say, a very different place. Like when Michael Brooks was still alive, when that was the duo, I used to watch a lot of their videos. And I think I remember even Michael Brooks being somewhat pragmatic. I could be wrong about that. If I went back and looked at older videos now, would I see it through a different lens? Would I have a different kind of take? You're pronouncing Leavitt wrong? How do you pronounce her name? They are angling at the Hassan crowd. They do very well on Twitch because of it. I don't know if it's necessary. I mean, maybe for Sam, but I think for Emma and Matt Leck, they are genuinely very much aligned with Hassan. I don't think they're putting on a show. Pronounced Levitt. Gotcha. Sam has definitely always been very pragmatic, but he's also always been pretty left-wing populist. What's embarrassing is that Sam just let teeny boppers take over his show. There were shades of this before. Who was that one young woman that was on Majority Report and she was like a full-blown communist? What was her name again? Jamie something? Jamie Peck. And then he exploded one day. I think we watched this somewhat recently. He lost it one day.
But if you want to,
You guys remember this? The beardless Sam Cedar. Hold on. This is somebody reacting to it. Maybe that's the best I can find.
but if you want to represent them,
Is extremely rare. He used to curse a lot
lost it,
more
bro.
often, but now he rarely ever curses. But this is one of those situations.
first place. But the idea is she's going out bragging about it on CNN, and I still didn't impeach him. Are you kidding me?
Iraqi
That's
lives are not a
insane.
factor for these people. I mean,
It's
let's be real.
insane.
And this is why so many people are turned off by the impeachment narrative the way it's going right now, because it is dominated by people like
What?
her.
What? That we should, because she didn't impeach George Bush, that you shouldn't impeach now?
No, I'm
What is
saying-
why is it that you need to shoehorn that in there? It was wrong then. It's wrong now. You hold them to account every time. You do
The
not.
context here, guys, is like Jamie Peck was this. She was like a producer. I think she did what Matt Leck does now. I can't remember if he was a part of the show back then. He might have been. I don't really remember. I think he was, actually, wasn't he? And Jamie was definitely to Sam's left. Like, I think Jamie was just a full-on communist. And she was constantly interjecting with her, like, with a lot of like brain rot takes. And then he just lost it. Sam just fucking lost it. And the irony is that I feel like Emma and Jamie are pretty similar. So, you know, and then it was shortly after this, Jamie either left Majority Report or was fired. I really don't know. I think she might have just left. I really don't know. And then Michael, of course, tragically died. Just remember how random that was? Michael was young too, bro. It was like a blood clot, right? Just like that was scary. It was like, bro, anybody can just die from a blood clot? Wasn't it a blood clot, you guys? What causes that? There's just one day, it was just like out of the blue. Like he wasn't even sick or anything. Blood clot in the brain. Like, how fucking scary is that, bro? Like, is that just a random thing, or like what causes that? He wasn't even 40, I don't think. I think Michael Brooks was like 36 or 37 or something like that. Is that an aneurysm? I don't really know. It's one of Archer's 3 biggest fears. Michael was 36. That was so, because my first thought when he passed, it was like, oh, he must have had like some kind of a condition that he didn't talk about publicly, or I just felt like there had to have been like some way to explain it, but it was just, nope, it was just a random blood clot. Sorry, we're getting a little sidetracked here. What is this? Joe Rogan. So what do you think Wi-Fi is doing to us since it's everywhere? RFK Jr. I think it degrades your mitochondria and it opens your... Okay, I don't care about it. Anyways, Jamie used to be... She used to interject with these kind of brain rot takes all the time, and then Sam just lost it.
Not hold a president The reason why he was able to get away with that was for the same reason why Ronald Reagan, because we did.
Yeah, there's Matt Leck there. So yeah.
Didn't impeach Ronald Reagan. You hold them to account. If it's not enough, that's the problem. If there's other people who want to go out there and march to impeach him for other things, they should do it. But hundreds of thousands of people died for that. I'm not going to hear this fucking bullshit anymore.
Can I finish
I'm
what I was
tired of
saying?
it. Yeah, finish it.
Because I agree with you. I'm saying you look at Nancy Pelosi and she says, oh, yeah, we wouldn't impeach Bush because his lies led to the deaths of millions of people. But when someone breaks the emoluments clause, like that
he's not being impeached for emoluments. She agreed to impeachment because people pushed for it. Period. End of story. She didn't want to impeach.
I know. I'm just saying she gives it a bad image.
She gives impeachment.
anyways. And then the irony is that I think like Emma obviously takes over for Michael Brooks. Was that immediate? I'm trying to remember. How long after Michael passed did Emma step in? And then Emma kind of gives very similar takes. So the irony is like, you know, he lost it finally because she was just constantly jumping in with these like really brain rot kind of takes. And then he just lost it. And then Emma takes over from Michael, and then she sounds like she to me she sounds very similar to the kind of stuff that Jamie used to say. But yeah, Majority Report has for sure changed a lot in the last 5 years. I think it has. You guys tell me, has it or have I just changed? That's possible. I really don't know, but I feel like it's changed a lot. You know, a lot. You know, Michael was definitely to my left, but he seemed pretty pragmatic. Everyone's changed. Well, that's technically true, right? As a former Majority Report subscriber, yes, it has. Was that because of October 7th, or did it take a sharp turn even before then? It's a little frustrating because I think I told you guys the story a couple weeks ago, but I watched a Majority Report, or I listened to a Majority Report video when I was doing chores, and I left my phone upstairs and I had my Bluetooth headphone in, and it automatically started playing their other videos. And so I ended up listening to like 2 or 3 Majority Report videos, and I quite enjoyed them. On the topics that they were discussing in those particular videos, I really enjoyed the videos. I thought that their commentary was like good, and it was funny, and they had good chemistry. And it kind of reminded me of the old Majority Report videos that I used to really enjoy. I used to watch them a lot in 2019 and 2020. And so you get these shades of it, and it's like, that's why it's frustrating, is because I do think that they have like a good crew and they have good chemistry. It's just some of their takes are just brain breaking. I don't know if that's the word. Vorp Friendly with $2. I feel like since Brooks' death, Sam let himself drift. Well, I don't, you know. I mean, I really don't know. I can't explain. Can't explain Sam. Has he really drifted that much? I really don't know. Dosby Downey, I'm sorry I missed you for $2. You should send him a holiday card. Who are we talking about there? I forgot.
To get what you need for the city.
I think New Yorkers are rightfully an impatient people. And I think what New Yorkers need to see is an urgency in how our administration is treating this work. And it actually all comes back to the transition. We want this transition to be a time where we can do the work of preparation so that January 1st is not the day where I'm asking myself, I wonder who's going to be my first deputy mayor,
right.
Or I wonder who's going to be running my OMB, or, you know, I wish I had staff so that we could have done the vetting of the 70,000 applicants from our portal. And it means you have to ask people to invest in you in advance of your opportunity so that you can actually seize that opportunity when you're presented with it. And to me, I think that the first year is a critical time in how we start to both.
Sepulcro says Michael was not pragmatic. Sam was the most pragmatic among all of them. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. I was supposed to have a conversation with Michael. That's the other thing, is like, I reached out to him and I asked him if he wanted to have a conversation, because he just, to me, he always just came across as very impressively smart. He just had whatever his ideology was, he had a very detailed understanding of stuff. Like, he was very sharp. And we were in the process of setting up a time for us to have a conversation on the stream, and then he just died randomly.
We could have done the vetting of the 70,000 applicants from our portal. And it means you have to ask people to invest in you in advance of your opportunity so that you can actually see.
Mac says, Hutch, what would Michael Brooks think about you on your anti-Palestine stance? Okay, Mac. Listen, buddy. I've been seeing your comments. I saw your comments on Live and Learn a couple nights ago. I'm really trying not to be overly punitive. But you're on thin ice, buddy, okay? You've been put on notice. Actually, what am I doing? I've seen your takes. You're not going to change. It's for the best. It's not you, it's me. You can still watch the streams, but you just can't yap in the chat anymore, okay?
Seize that opportunity when you're presented with it. And to me, I think that the first year is a critical time in how we start to both share our plans for the implementation of these policies, but also start to deliver for New Yorkers, because we often talk about President Trump in the context of disagreements that we have around policies or personnel. But one thing that I've often reflected on is that it seems as if the speed that Washington moves at right now is thought of as if it's exclusive to this specific presidency or this party or this ideology, when in fact it could be a marker for any kind of politics. And that's what New Yorkers also need to see. It's not, I'm not going to announce, on day one that we're going to establish a study or something. It's that we actually have to be doing the work of delivering and doing it in a way that New Yorkers can feel it in their lives.
Board Friendlies with $5, you said Brooks was a brilliant, smug jerk. Watch his debate with Destiny. The Israel-Palestine thing would have Brooks frothing in ways even Emma doesn't. Very intense. Well, I'm not going to speak ill of the dead, but I do know that he was talking about Israel-Palestine a lot back then. So that was obviously years before October 7th. He could be very smug, but the thing with Michael was like, he was fucking funny. Michael Brooks was fucking funny, dude. Do you guys remember his Meghan McCain impressions? I would die. I would be listening to these videos of him doing a Meghan McCain impression, and I would be dying of laughter. Wait, why can't I find him now?
Meghan McCain podcast at time. Good one is where your Jeff career the same policies as him, just the public happen. But by the time you get Democrats which is administration, was like, okay,
to vote again. I'm a Democrat moderate, and there's a way
that precisely lives in sediment and his career.
Dude, I can't find it in this video, but if one of you guys can find a video of him doing a Meghan McCain impersonation, that shit was so fucking funny.
As opposed to something that they have to understand an intellectual level. I can feel Amelia hovering over me, letting me know that I have to run away.
Okay. Really, last question on this. Were you surprised when Trump?
Yeah, his Dave Rubin impression was for sure iconic. Yeah, he was really good at impressions.
Joined you in calling on Con Edison to cut rates because for people that don't know, Con Ed's the electric gas utility monopoly in New York State. Do you feel that there are avenues to work with him on lowering Con Ed prices? Because my bill, everyone's bill in this office has been insane recently.
I am interested in exploring that further with the president. And when we were talking about what the cost of living crisis means for New Yorkers, when we got to the question of utilities, we were speaking about the fact that they only ever go up. They only ever increase on an annual basis. And, you know, I have been a participant in a rate case before where I've advocated against an increase and spoken about the fact that at that time, 1 in 4 of my constituent cases in Astoria had to do with Con Ed. 1 in 4. And that is before they raised gas and electric by more than $60 a month.
No, we'll put the Whick panel on right after this. This is almost over.
So I have hope. That's something that I want to explore, and I will always look to explore anything, frankly, that can address the cost of living crisis, and utilities are a big part of it.
All right.
All elite memes with $5. I feel very good about my vote for Mamdani. He's clearly well-intentioned, and his political savvy is A+, getting the nod from Trump and Congress Dems. I mean, what can I say? This guy seems very, I've never met him, but he appears to be a very charming fellow.
One
Thank
last
you guys so much.
quick one.
Okay.
I get a 12-year-old son. Where are you on snow days? He wants me to ask.
Look, I have not even talked to the policy team, but I'll just tell you, I love them.
Where
I may have to clean this up later. We'll find out soon.
Where can
Ezra Klein one time described his smile as his superpower, and I think that's true. This guy, I will say, it's just a phenomenal smile. Before you move on to the Whick panel, the links about Caroline Levitt, is that how you say her name? Levitt is in the Stream Links channel. Is it a video or is it an article? Stream Links, where is that? There it is. Yeah, this is bananas. Whoa, what is this? Oh, there we go. The mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt's nephew was detained by federal immigration officials in Massachusetts as she was on her way to pick up her son from school on November 12th, according to the detainee's lawyer. Bruna Caroline Ferreira, who arrived from Brazil as a young child in 1998 with her parents, was taken into custody in Revere, Massachusetts, and is accused by DHS of overstaying her tourist visa. Ferreira, 33, shares an 11-year-old son with Levitt's older brother, Michael, and the two shared joint custody of the child. Wait, hold on. They broke up. Oh, I see. Yeah, is this potentially... Did Levitt fucking call this in? That's crazy. A DHS spokesperson described Ferreira as a criminal illegal alien with a previous arrest for battery without providing details. Pomerleau said Ferreira, who's being held at an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention center in Louisiana, was in the final stages of getting her green card, with the last interview scheduled for spring. She didn't commit a crime. She wasn't breaking the law. She was following the laws Congress created for her to get a green card, and she got detained with no justification. That's illegal. The source also said that the child has lived full-time in New Hampshire with his father since he was born, and that he had never resided with his mother. Ferreira was a deferred action for child. She was a DACA recipient? If she was a DACA recipient, how the fuck? How is this happening? which allowed young undocumented immigrants who came to the U.S. as children to live and work legally. After the first Trump administration sought to terminate it, legal challenges have made the process long-winding. Because DACA is still a thing. Trump tried to kill DACA the first term and was running into some trouble. It got blocked by the courts. So if she's a DACA recipient, why the fuck is she being detained by ICE? What is going on there? Did they get her on like a paperwork technicality, or like what's up with that? That's kind of great. That's suspicious for sure. Byron with $10. Hey Hutch, I sent you a super chat a couple days ago about Shoe on Head endorsing a Fuentes idea. I think she deleted the tweet. My apologies for wasting your time. Love your channel. Hey, no problem, buddy. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Speaking of shoe, I'll let you guys decide, but there's a new shoe video. Where she's talking about Fuentes and Mamdani. What do you guys want to watch right now? Do you want to watch the Whick panel with Destiny exploding, or do you want to watch the Shoe on Head thing first and then go to the Whick panel? What do you guys want to do? Shoe on Head has a social media derangement syndrome. I think you're right about that. Wow, there is almost perfect unanimity. Okay, I guess we'll watch the Whick panel. We're just gonna jump into this thing here.
Can people contribute to the transition if they want to?
Transition2025.com, and you can give whatever you're able to, just so long as you are a permanent resident of the United States of America.
Great.
Thank you so much.
That is kind of crazy that they don't get like a transition fund. You have to fund that yourself. That seems kind of crazy. Okay. Why is this video in super ultra wide? I love it. It's cinematic. But it's in like super ultra wide.
How far does that go down? Every single person in the Republican Party right now, except for like the Never Trumpers.
That's obviously political suicide, wasting political capital. It's effectively a meme position. It's not even a real position.
Okay, I thought the meme position was where we pretended that the 2020 election didn't happen, and then we doubled down on every single thing we believe, but then we still managed to win in 2025. I thought that was the meme position. But
they're dumb.
Yeah, that's fine. And those people are enemies to my country. That's fine. There are people that are legitimate communists and legitimate fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would I care about what they think? I'm an American, and I believe in the American Constitution. They say the Democrats have already done it. The same thing that you use as
do we skip ahead? This is a 4-hour video. Should we skip ahead a little bit? Do you guys have a particular timestamp? If any of you guys have seen this video, do you guys have a particular timestamp? No, let's watch all 4 hours. Listen, I've got some Arc Raiders to play. Okay, I'm on the clock here. Okay, I'm almost done with my expedition. Okay. Just watch at 1.5 times speed. 1.5 times speed for Destiny? That seems kind of silly. I think the panel technically ends after 1 or 2 hours. All right, we can just...
Excuses for restraint on the left, the Republicans use as excuses, as reasons to act on the right. They say, Megyn Kelly,
that's why they're losing and I'm winning.
They're not losing. They won the second election. They won the second election. What are you talking about?
Oh boy, I'm going to get so triggered by this. Because that right there, Destiny is just unequivocally wrong. I don't know what to say about that. When does it get to that point? I want a timestamp for that quote right there. He said Democrats are not winning. The Republicans right now are winning. I need a timestamp on that. Can you center the window, please? It's just, I don't know why he did a fucking ultra wide aspect ratio. You never really see that.
Today,
I got to reach out to Prime too. That's the other thing. He wanted to talk one-on-one. I don't know how to reach out to him because I don't think he's active on Twitter. I don't know if he has an email address. If you guys know, if you guys are Prime Kai's chatters, tell him to reach out to me. Or you know what? I might actually. I can have Whick put us in contact. Or wait, no, I can have Soypol put us into contact or whatever.
The President of the United States tweeted out that members of Congress were guilty.
Hold on, I got it. Yeah, you're right. I got to do something about this window. It's going to drive me insane. Let's do display capture. Wait, hold on a second. Minimize that. Minimize that. Boom. 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 That is what my monitor looks like, guys. That glorious super ultra wide. Switching to super ultra wide has been like the best thing I've ever done. Just to be clear. All right, I'll do that. I like this aspect ratio. Give me that cinematic aspect ratio. I support it. All right, then we'll do that. Bring that down here. There. Look at that. Like I'm watching a Nolan film or like a Quentin Tarantino film.
Of sedition and should be hanged when they reminded U.S. servicemen and women that they should.
I play Arc Raiders in 32x9. It's incredible. Like no one can ever sneak up on me when I'm breaching and looting a down like a fallen Arc thing or whatever. I had people tell me like don't get super ultra wide, not enough games support it. People were telling me like you're not gonna like it, bro, and it's like the best thing I've ever done. You don't know gaming until you've played modded Skyrim and 32x9. It's fucking incredible. Or like Cyberpunk. Dune Awakening. It was like, but Arc Raiders is just like a gorgeous game, and it's incredible in super ultra wide. It also gives you like a crazy advantage if you're playing COD like Search and Destroy. You can see so much in your periphery. What's your FPS? So when I play Arc Raiders, I use DLSS, transformer model, balanced preset. I turned the ray tracing all the way down to static, and I turned the foliage all the way down to low, because low foliage helps you see people in that game. And everything else is epic, and I get like 170, 180 frames, like between like 160 and 180 frames. So it's pretty fucking good. All right, sorry, we're getting sidetracked here.
Disobey illegal or unlawful orders. The question becomes, when Democrats retake the Senate, the House, the White House, when we win, what should be done about those who are currently in power and those who have supported those who are currently in power? What should be done with them who have broken the law or hinted at wanting to break the law? All these things. Should we, for the good of the country, come together, move on, move forward? Or should we have a Nuremberg-style kind of trial and hold these people to account to the fullest extent of the law? We're going to talk about it today. We've got some great
Nuremberg trials for the Trump administration?
Great guests. First guest we're going to give it to is Staxiums. Staxiums, give us what you got.
Hey, yeah, I was hoping to maybe hear from them to understand what exactly I'm attacking, because it kind of depends on their positions. So I'll just kind of swing wide and say that Trump has been laying ground for the possibility of corruption by providing coverage for his political allies. I'll point to people like Roger Stone.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Lyndon Batman, are you still in Twitch chat? Happy Thanksgiving, Papa Hutch. Haven't checked in a long while due to channel turning political, but I hope you're doing well. Let's go with the blue sweep in November, especially Mamdani. Let's keep it up in 2026. London. Oh, London. Are you still in here? He hadn't stopped by. Oh, you are still in here. Thank you, buddy.
Him pardoning January 6 rioters, him pardoning George Santos. He's provided coverage for those who give him money. I'll point to his corruption with the meme coin.
That's right. He was the guy that was asking, bro. Oh my God. Like, this was the guy that was asking Charlie Kirk the question when he got shot. This guy here. Shit. Imagine that, bro.
And I also want to point to that when he was asked why he was pardoning CZ, Trump simply said, "I heard it was a Biden witch hunt, but I don't know who that is." And it seems like there are likely a number of people who are feeding the president information to curry their favor. I can focus on specific key members of his administration as to who specifically I think that we should be targeting, I guess. Maybe that sounds like an
Was that Skyrim music that I just heard?
Extreme word, but I don't feel like it's an extreme word. But I will say that according to a Washington Post analysis,
sorry guys, I'm just gonna
Trump Biden think.
Yep.
Who's on whose side?
I think I'm on.
He's on my
I'm
side.
on Steven's side.
Yeah,
I'm on your
stack
side.
teams.
Okay.
Did I sound like I was not on your side?
Well, you were like, I don't know what that is. Okay, that's fine. We got it. Okay, we're good. Okay, just checking.
Wait, I think
Charlie Kirk before he got killed.
Well, quote years ago. Like, I hope I don't think that.
Go ahead.
There needs to be people that are supporting me.
But anyway, thanks so much.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll go to Destiny then.
There needs to be big memes. I think that there are two parts to it, three parts maybe. The first part is the insurrection for every single person involved in this administration, mainly for the point that none of the people that are supporting Trump now in office should be allowed to run for office ever again in the United States of America. That's the first thing. The easy way to do this also is if Trump starts pardoning everybody, well, if he's pardoning people, pardon is admission of guilt, charge him with insurrection. You can charge him.
Is he memeing? Is that what this is? Is this a meme? I'm going to assume this is a meme.
Consider them pardoned, and now they've qualified for being charged, convicted, and they've been pardoned of the crime. Doesn't matter. The pardon doesn't get rid of the part of the 14th Amendment that would say you can't hold an office again, so fuck them. So that's number 1 and 2, okay? Number 3, the smallest criminal thing, investigate every single person that was part of this administration and get as much out into the open as possible. I think the important thing about stuff like Nuremberg, the important thing about these big public trials is there needs to be a public accounting of everything that's happened. And for whatever causes lead into people wanting to vote for Trump, they are absolutely fed into by the misinformation and by the historical rewriting of everything that's happened. And we need to be able to have an honest account of what's happened historically. Right now, half the country doesn't believe that Trump lost the 2020 election. Like, we can't go forward in an environment like that and simply
3 of spades. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Thank you so much for 9 months.
Changing leadership.
Oh no, Driznar, thank you for the gifted sub.
And the Conservative Party is not going to undo all of the incorrect things that Republicans believe have happened. Trump was not a mistake. Like, Trump was a natural consequence of Republican demagoguery and Republican rhetoric and Republican strategy for the past 3 decades. It's no surprise we wound up here, and to act like it would be to ignore the fact that Trump 2 could come, right around the corner.
Okay, and does that educate everyone on everyone's position, or is everyone clear now? Can we move forward, or do we need further edification?
Stay Lunar. What is this music I'm hearing in the background? I think he has a game open in the background. Is that what's happening?
Maybe we'll get it as we continue. I'll ask a question if I can, please. Right. So, Stephen, hello.
It looks like he's playing a game. Is he playing? What's he playing? I hear something.
Hi. The last part of what you said talked about revealing the truth, right? Like correcting the record. And I'm so not against that, but like it seems like you're specifically trying to correct the record for the Trump cult. Do you believe that?
Can I be a little nitpicky? It's a bit superficial. I think it's a little, now I don't know why he does it, but like I think it's a little rude to play video games when you're having a conversation with somebody. That's my take on that. That's a hot take, but I also don't understand how he does it. Like, I can't divide my attention in that kind of way. I could not have a detailed conversation about politics. I could not have like a substantive debate about politics if I was playing a game at the same time. My mind does not work that way at all. But it comes across as a bit dismissive. That's the vibe I get. It's a bit dismissive. I mean, I have diagnosed ADHD, and there's no way I could play a game and have a conversation with someone at the same time. You got some of you guys, the old school viewers will remember when I'm playing games, I don't interact with chat like at all because I get very immersed. So if I'm playing Call of Duty, especially Warzone or whatever, I would not interact with chat very much because I can only, the things that I focus my attention on, I get really intensely focused, and it's just really difficult for me to multitask in that kind of way, especially if I'm having like a substantive political debate.
The trials will actually do that.
Yeah, I think if the information is out there, I think it becomes much harder to ignore what's actually happened. Yeah, I think it helps.
Information's out there now. Right?
Not like in an easily accessible way. It's like buried behind PDFs and buried behind commissions and buried behind stuff that, one, it didn't get the full public attention that it deserves, and then two, the people who denied all of that information were rewarded by still being able to run for office and hold office. I think that if you do this mass like insurrection charge or whatever you have to do to get all these people to never be allowed to run for again, then there will be, going forward, probably more of an incentive to be like, well, fuck, maybe we shouldn't just lie blatantly about everything that's happening because there are going to be political consequences for us down the road.
I can agree with the last part, but I disagree with the first part. The information is absolutely out there. Like did Trump's was the 2020 election stolen? No, right? Documentaries galore, videos out there, right? Like news segments about all of that exists, right? Articles.
Wait, is Destiny on 100 milligrams? No, he doesn't even take Adderall, right? He takes Vyvanse, right? I'm on 40 milligrams of Vyvanse. I have a pretty, he takes 70 milligrams. My body is adjusted to, like, I don't really feel like it's a lot more subtle now. I have a little, my body has a tolerance. The first week of taking Vyvanse, I felt zooted, my friends. Zooted. And it was a little conflicting for me being a drug addict in recovery because I liked it. I was like, wait a second, this is not good. There was a little bit of euphoria, but thankfully that only lasted like 4 or 5 days. And now I don't, I'm not like chasing a euphoria or anything like that, but it was a little conflicting for me for sure.
Digital ink spilled, yet it persists. So I don't, I disagree, at least for now. I can be convinced otherwise, but I disagree that simply having some grand trial where the heroes of MAGA are put before a tribunal.
Did you get panic attacks? The first, no, I didn't get any. I haven't had a panic attack. Sorry, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I've only had a panic attack maybe 4 or 5 times. And I never had a panic attack until it was after I was grieving. I lost a loved one and I got kind of stuck in the grief and I was abusing substances. And so there was a lot of like repressed psychological stuff going on for me because truthfully, you guys, I had always thought that panic attacks were kind of bullshit. Can I be honest with you? I thought they were kind of bullshit. I was like, that seems like bullshit. Like it's all in your head. You're just being dramatic. When I heard people describe panic attacks, I had experienced intense anxiety before. I knew that experience. But when people described hyperventilating and feeling like actual panic, I had always thought that was just people being dramatic. And then I had one and I was like, what is happening? I had like a little miniature one. I was like, what was that all about? I thought there was something physically wrong with me. And then I had one that was, and I've told this story before, but like I had a panic attack I was hyperventilating. I was having trouble breathing. I would take breaths in, but it felt like my body wasn't absorbing oxygen. And the craziest part about it, you guys, is my hands did this. My hands curled up, like both of my hands did that. And I'm looking at my hands. I'm like, am I having a stroke? Is this a heart attack? And it turns out that the reason that happens is because your blood is pumping. There's a physiological reason for it. It's like your blood is pumping so fast that your blood like leaves your extremities or something like that. And it was like the weirdest thing. And I was like, Esme, you got to take me to the ER. She's like, I don't think we should do that. Let me just call the hospital. And then I think the person that we called just did like a breathing exercise over the phone. I think Esme put the person on speakerphone, and I just, it was like controlled breathing. You take like 5 seconds inhale, hold it, and then 7 seconds exhale or something like that. It's like 5-5-7, or there's like a 3-number block where it's the number of seconds you inhale, number of seconds you hold the breath, and the number of seconds you exhale. And that shit worked like right away. Like 2 minutes later, I was rattled, but I was not. The panic attack was like gone, and that happened a few more times, and that was the catalyst that got me to stop using substances and start talking to a therapist. But panic attacks are no joke. That shit was horrifying. I thought I was dying. I thought I was legitimately having a stroke. And it wasn't until a few years after that I got the prescription for Vyvanse, and I was worried about the anxiety for taking Vyvanse because, yeah, I was just afraid. Because Vyvanse is slow release, it can last anywhere between 10 and 14 hours. Like it's not like Adderall. I think Adderall is much more acute. And so if you take too much Vyvanse, it's like a bad acid trip. Like you're just riding that wave for 10 to 14 hours. And so I was nervous about that. And when I first took the Vyvanse, I could feel that anxiety, but then ironically, and I'll stop after this and we'll get back to the video. Disclaimer, I am not giving you guys advice for medication. I'm not suggesting that people take Vyvanse. If you have any ADHD concerns, talk to your physician and whatever. But what ended up happening, it was like the opposite. The Vyvanse that I took actually...
Major Allsham asked me, what are some side effects of Vyvanse? The most common side effects of lisdexamfetamine, also known as Vyvanse, are trouble sleeping, nausea, stomach pain, muscle constriction, vomiting, loose bowels, diarrhea, dizziness, weak bladder, anal leakage, impotence, and others. Consult your doctor.
It definitely reduces sensation down there, but it didn't make me impotent, but to be honest with you guys, I kind of needed that. I kind of needed a little less sensation down there. I used to be like a 45-minute champ in my 20s, just a young bull. Not so much these days. What ended up happening is it helped with my anxiety. That was strange. I was not expecting that. And it did it in an interesting kind of way. Interesting is such a bullshit term. I don't think it physiologically, the chemicals themselves like led to a reduction of anxiety. But what ended up happening is I started taking the medication for ADHD and I started functioning on a whole new level. It really did, I would say, dramatically change my life for the better. And so it gave me a newfound kind of confidence. And that reduced my overall anxiety. So that was interesting. I wasn't expecting that. But that rant started because somebody asked me if I was concerned that Vyvanse would give me a panic attack. And it ended up helping my anxiety quite a bit. I haven't really had like intense anxiety in a pretty long time. I believe streamers discovering amphetamines is partially to blame for that shortage last year. Maybe. I used to really gas out at about 4 hours into the stream. Just my battery was totally depleted. I felt very drained. And now it's more common for the streams to go 5, 5.5, 6, 7 hours. I was like a little sick this week, and so like I just didn't have a lot of energy. So the streams have been a little bit shorter, but yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big difference for me for like my career. Going 50% longer in streams is a pretty big deal. But yeah, anyways.
Where they can be, where Fox News can position them as heroes against the resurgent democratic regime, right? I disagree that will necessarily lead to a brand new age of truth for the MAGA cult. No.
Are you against criminal prosecution writ large?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I can assure you I'm not.
Okay, what if we find like a number of Trump officials criminally liable?
No, Stacks. And like the thing that I'm pushing back against right now is simply that the claim that he's saying this will edify the MAGA cult. I don't think that will. I'm not sure anything can actually do that.
I think that if the Mar-a-Lago case would have gone through, I think that would have been very damaging to him, and it would have been much harder to deny everything that happened there. But a lot of people just don't even know the details of it because that court case never happened. I think it would have been good for that to happen.
Okay, sorry, I just have to mute myself in 2 locations, but I do want to jump in. So can we separate out like probability?
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the Mar-a-Lago case went forward and Trump was found guilty of those. Maybe, I don't know. That's more of like a process kind of crime. I guess it kind of reminds me of the first impeachment of Donald Trump, which did hurt him, but not significantly. It didn't mortally wound him. But I think if he wasn't impeached the first time, I don't know if he would have lost in 2020. So I think it was very consequential, but it was hard to get people to care about the phone call with Zelensky. Because there's just a lot of moving parts to that. Like the January 6th impeachment, that's a bit different, but I don't know if he would have been prosecuted. I don't know if he would have been convicted of the documents case in Florida. I don't know if that would have edified like the Trump cult or enough of them to mortally wound him. Mindy with $5 recently got diagnosed with ADHD, got prescribed Vyvanse on 10 milligrams, making gradual positive changes mentally. Think I need a higher dose eventually. I started on a lower dose for, again, not advice. Talk to your psychiatrist. But I think that's normal. I think what I was reading is that it's normal to start on a lower dose for a couple months and let your body adjust. Sakurba says, just start taking more. Don't do that, for Christ's sakes. Jesus Christ. I'm almost tempted to time you out for that.
Probability versus should real quick. So probability, if we had to put it on a probabilistic scale of like 0 to 100, what Staxiums and Destiny, what do you think the probabilistic scale is that this there's even the political will for this?
Oh, probably quite low, I would say, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree.
Okay, so what we're really talking about is like moral should. We're just this is an ideal. Well, ideally, I would fire Trump from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, that's what I would do. You're not going to find anybody sweeping for the Trump admin on this side of the aisle. I think what we're talking about is now that we've eliminated that as I am not legally permitted or morally permitted to fire Trump out of a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Now we can kind of move into like what's politically pragmatic about the situation. And when
How do you all get yourselves to have the motivation to go to the doctor? I have to fight myself just to get a checkup. It's usually Esme that reminds me. That's the interesting part of, that's just a really fascinating part about men is that they tend to live longer when they have wives and it's literally because their wives like force them to go to the doctor.
When you appeal to pragmatism, I actually don't think that the Nuremberg-style trials would be helpful at all. I think you would be creating a cult of personality. I think you'd be creating a persecution complex, especially without criminal convictions, especially without the mass insurgency thing. You can do the January 6th style committee where you document all of the alleged crimes and probable crimes of the Trump administration, but without convictions and without prohibitions from office, I think this is a waste of political capital. And I think that what's going on, like I said, is that there are 4 sociological variables that
speaking of Trump, the Georgia case is officially dead, you guys. Breaking news as of a couple hours ago.
This is CNN breaking news.
We are following breaking news just into CNN. A Georgia prosecutor officially dropped the historic racketeering case against President Trump and others for attempting to overturn the 2020 president.
That's blackpilling. I mean, we knew that was going to happen. I don't know if anybody expected that to carry through after he was elected the second time, but the fact that he just got away with that, that's bad enough on its own, but the fact that he got away with that because he was reelected is a truly blackpilling moment. Maybe I'll end up agreeing with Destiny throughout this video because that fucking sucks. Cannot believe that guy just got away with it. Wait, hold on. Did I stop watching that too quickly? Is there a further explanation there?
Good morning, Pam. Yeah, this new filing in from the prosecutor who had taken the place to look into the Fulton County investigation of Donald Trump and others has filed a motion with the court saying that they are not going to move forward with the case. They're dropping the charges. What he filed what's known as a nolle pros, and that means that in theory, because if the statute of limitations hasn't run out, a case could be refiled. But he attached to his filing about a 20-page statement explaining his rationales for why he did not think that they should move forward with this case. You'll remember this was the case that began with Donald Trump making the call to the Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, urging him to find the votes. And then District Attorney Fani Willis brought this historic investigation and filed those racketeering charges against Donald Trump and dozens of others for interfering with the 2020 election. She was then disqualified from the case because of an undisclosed romantic relationship with another prosecutor. And that is how this case now fell into the hands earlier this month of a prosecutor.
God, do you guys remember that? You guys remember that? They had televised proceedings about that. And she got on the stand and she was super like defiant and oh God.
Who was assigned the job of trying to find
what a shit show that was. My God.
Someone to take on this case. He said that he couldn't because there were too many conflicts and he took it on himself. Now we're seeing the results of that. And that is that he is saying that they are not going to move forward with this case. And he summarized it in part by saying that he made this decision by examining the case file, examining what the jury had been presented, and also considerations of the law. He says that, contesting an election is not unlawful, but and that is part of the reasons for why he decided not to move forward with the charges at this point. But again, this is a null pros filing, meaning that they're dropping the case right now. In theory, it could be revived if the statute of limitations doesn't run out. But of course, Donald Trump is still in office for another 3 years. Pam, this is the last of the criminal prosecutions that have been hanging over.
Acceptance, right? Just acceptance. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I'm just going to accept it and move on. Okay.
That are contributing to people being radicalized. And if we don't address those, and if we don't spend political capital on those, we're fucked.
Well, I would say that these for the Mar-a-Lago thing, for instance, that would be a trial. Like, I'm sure there are chargeable offenses here that we can literally have a trial and have people locked up for. Number one. And number two, I would argue that one of the big things that is a sociological variable playing into the decision making of these people on the right is that there really is no punishment for acting the most unhinged way possible. They're still allowed to hold office. They're allowed to lie with impunity. There's no punishment. Like, going forward, if there's not a reckoning, you would be an idiot as a conservative to not act in the same manner because you've constantly been rewarded for it.
I don't agree with that, actually.
There are political punishments for overstepping, and I assume they're going to get into that angle at some point in this debate. But we can already see the political consequences of Trump's insane second term with the elections that we just had. Was it 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was?
So I think that what's happened, at least this is my view on it, the Trump cult has painted itself into a corner where they've put all of their hopes and energy and political capital into a single man, a very flawed man, someone who at minimum within the next 6 months is going to be probably exposed as either covering for an ephemophilic sex trafficking ring or participated in an ephemophilic sex trafficking ring. Those are like covered for is the best case scenario. Steve Bannon was communicating with Mr.
I think that's what Connor's getting into here. Byron with $5. Would you consider doing a video on your opinion of populism, the pros and cons, and overall, is populism a good thing? I don't know if I'm qualified to do that, but I can recommend you a really great video by, was it Hank Green? Put out a video on populism. This was a year ago. Time is flying, you guys.
Of imperfect. And
maybe we should watch this on the stream one of these days. We might have already watched it, but this is I'm going to link it in the chat. It's a fantastic video on populism. So Byron, if you're still in the YouTube chat, I just linked it down there. And so 33-minute video on populism. And overall, I would just say populism is just bad. It's just bad. Pretty bad, pretty not great. I need to pin this video that we're watching as well.
Jeffrey Epstein as recently as 2017. I think there might even be some text messages from 2019. And, Steve Bannon was Trump's campaign manager. So the whole point about this is he's about to take a huge black eye. In the midterms, the Republicans are probably going to get shellacked. Mm-hmm. And then when he's gone, there's nobody who commands the same level of Trump cult of personality. Mm-hmm. And I think JD Vance has been tapped on the shoulder as the next MAGA prince. But I think that JD Vance is an infinitely more pragmatic person than Trump ever was.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but it doesn't change anything I'm saying. If you're JD Vance, or if you're anybody in the next part of the Republican establishment, whatever comes after MAGA, if you see that the last...
I'm 5 minutes behind, and speaking of acid, I'm debating taking a couple tabs tonight. Ooh, just remember, friends, set and setting. Set and setting. If the set is not great, don't pull the trigger. If the setting is not great, don't pull the trigger. Respect acid. You need to respect acid. That is not a drug to just casually do, okay? Take it from me, okay? Respect it. If you don't respect it, that can go real south, okay? That can go real south, okay? Acid trips are like, for me, everybody's body's different. For me, like the first 2 hours were always pretty unpleasant, I would say. I would always vomit. Every time I took acid, I vomited. The first like couple of hours, and then you go into the fucking stratosphere. From like hour 2 to hour 9, I'm gonna say, is like, that's when I would just peak. And then it was like and I always felt like the come down was always so pleasant. I would usually smoke some weed. I always found the come down like so pleasant and relaxing. But if you're not in if the setting is not right, you could have a bad trip, and bad trips are not fun. Because you're just on that, you are riding that dragon for like 7 hours, which when you're tripping can feel like 50 hours. So if you feel, if you think you're literally in hell, and that lasts for a perceived 50 hours, not fun. Not fun. Just saying.
Part of the establishment got completely screwed by acting in just a blatantly illegal manner, then you have less incentive to do so. But if you see they got away with so much stuff, then that's all going to be in your playbook. Like, okay, well, what rules can I break or bend?
But I don't think he has the riz. I don't think he has the riz.
Vance doesn't, but Trump did. Nobody knew that Trump was even coming. Who's to say there's not going to be somebody like Trump in the future?
I mean, the argument right there is whether or not the dissident right wing or the Christian nationalists are going to produce a Trump-like figure who's charismatic to win in mainstream politics. I mean, that's what Nick Fuentes is hoping on, actually.
Sure, but if somebody produces that figure, they're more likely to, ascend to the throne and operate in an unhinged manner if they feel like there's no punishment for doing so.
I have to say right away, I disagree with Destiny's premise here. He seems to be motivated by a desire to control the outcomes in ways that I don't think are realistic in practice. I think that Destiny, when it comes to MAGA and Trump, struggles a little bit when it comes to the acceptance phase. But the very proposition that you can punish, the idea that you could punish Trump administration figures in a Nuremberg type setting, and the idea that this would lead to a diminishment of MAGA, I think is a miscalculation. If anything, I think there's a stronger chance that you would strengthen MAGA politically by making them a martyr, and I'm not suggesting that the next Democratic administration needs to not prosecute. Like, if they find that Kash Patel committed crimes when he was FBI director, if they find that Pam Bondi committed crimes when she was AG, I don't know what kind of shield they have against prosecution. I don't know how the immunity decision from the Supreme Court carries over to cabinet members. Like, I really don't know. But I just don't see this outcome that Steven sees. I just don't see it in the same way. He seems to think that you can punish them out of power, and I just don't know. I don't know if I see that. Morning Dove with a tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Feel like you're adding stuff? Maybe. That's what I'm getting from him. Blue to Bear with 54 months. Thank you so much. Do we just let them break the law for the sake of politics? Well, I'm certainly not suggesting that. Just to clarify again, I'm not saying we should avoid criminal prosecutions. For example, after the first Trump term, there were people that were saying that Biden should pardon Trump for the sake of the country. I will say that I understand where that comes from. So I'm not going to be overly critical of that. I know that sounds absurd to a lot of people. I disagree with that kind of thinking, but I understand why it exists. there is an argument you can make. Not like there would be no downsides to like the next Democratic president pardoning Trump, which I know that sounds insane. And again, I'm not suggesting that they do that, but the argument for why you would do something like that, there is some merit there in terms of like healing the country a little bit, bringing us closer to a kind of bipartisanship that is these days a relic of generations prior. There is some validity to that. Ford did that for Nixon. Yeah, right. I understand. Yeah. That's we have an example of that. At the end of the day, though, I think that the danger of doing something like that outweighs the benefits. The danger is that you just embolden MAGA to do it again in the future. I think that would be a mistake. But this idea of doing like a Nuremberg type trials and holding people to account, doing televised trials, and exposing them for all these crimes, it assumes a rational electorate, and I don't know why you would assume that. We do not have a rational electorate. I don't know if we've ever had a rational electorate. Hutch, Biden already tried this approach. No, Biden never pardoned former Trump officials or cabinet members or Trump himself. Hutch, they got away with it the first time and look where America is now. I understand that, but I don't, I think we've talked about this before, but I think if Merrick Garland on day one of Biden's administration, January 20th, well, I guess whenever he was confirmed, I don't know when that was, sometime in March or February, if the first thing that Garland would have done as Attorney General was announced a criminal investigation into Donald Trump, I think that would have backfired spectacularly. I think Democrats probably would have gotten, it might have actually been a red wave during those midterms. That you can't just entirely ignore the politics of it all. You can't just ignore the potential political implications for your decisions, which is why I'm sympathetic with Garland waiting a little bit before appointing a special counsel. I just think he waited way too long. I agree that Garland was the wrong choice. I understand why Garland was nominated and appointed, but I think he was the wrong choice in retrospect. He was too concerned with the political considerations. It's not that he was wrong to consider them entirely, but he was wrong. He considered them too much. The FBI knew that Donald Trump was blatantly breaking the law within a couple of months. The FBI knew that he was lying about the documents that he had. They knew that he was telling his subordinates to break the law. They knew that he was trying to destroy evidence. They knew that like 3 months into the Biden presidency, I think. I'd have to double check the timeline. Maybe it was like 6 months. But they knew pretty early on they should have done that raid, that FBI raid, right then and there. But they were so concerned with the appearance of political motivation that they held off for, I think, was it over a year before the FBI raid happened? They waited way too long. Perthamson, sorry. Is what you're saying that either way we go, Dems will lose? 1, we do a Nuremberg trial. We risk that MAGA will get worse. So 2, we shouldn't do anything. Doing nothing means that there is no risk for maggots to try it again. So I'm not saying you should do nothing again. It seems like sometimes people have a difficult time. There's like 2 extreme ends of the extreme ends of the spectrum here. On this extreme end, you actually go out of your way to not punish Trump and the Trump administration for possible crimes that they're doing because of the political consideration and out of a desire to like heal the nation. That's on this extreme end. And then the other extreme end is like Nuremberg 2.0. And you just, the next Democratic administration, they hit the ground running and they just boom, 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 boom. There is a spectrum of choice in between these two extremes. I think you do it, but you know, I don't know about Nuremberg trials, but like hold people accountable for any kind of criminal misconduct. But, you know, you do need to be somewhat considerate. You definitely don't want to take any actions that would make them a martyr or make them sympathetic. But your most brain rot take is that the country isn't just a whole new thing now with a lot of damage. I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Pigos, sounds like you're looking for the balance of like accountability within the existing rails of justice against unprecedented times and actions from MAGA. Well, I don't know about you, but the MAGA movement frightens me in terms of what they could become in the future, in terms of the kind of groundwork that they're laying now could sprout into something truly nightmarish at some point. And so it's a pretty simple calculation. Whatever you do, you just don't want to make any kind of decision that would potentially strengthen them. And that consideration requires a kind of thoughtfulness. I think you need to be extremely calculated with how you do something like that. And I think there is a way to hold people accountable without making them a martyr. Like, what the fuck is the point of the criminal justice system if it isn't used on the most abhorrent crimes? So just to be clear again, I agree. So does Hutch think letting them go will not strengthen them? Okay, guys, I'm getting a little frustrated here. Come on, what are we doing? I've said it like 3 times that I'm not saying don't do anything. Said it like 3 times. Okay? For the love of God, please listen to my words. Just explain how you would prosecute someone. Please give an example of what can be done. So I actually think that the way that Garland did it was correct, but he did it the wrong way. So there's a couple things that would need to happen. There's a couple things that would need to happen to pass my smell test. I'll give you a really straightforward answer to your question, because it's a fair question. Whatever happens in terms of if there's a Democratic administration in 2029, whatever happens in terms of criminal prosecutions, if that happens, against previous Trump cabinet members or Trump himself, which I don't know how much you can do that, because I feel like we all understand that Trump is probably going to pardon himself and the entire cabinet on his way out the door. And so I don't know what that was going to look like. And if that happens, you can't, what do you do, right? But there's a couple things, just like, I just have 2 conditions. Okay. So the first condition is that the president, whoever the Democratic president is, they cannot be a party to it at all. They cannot be seen as being involved in that process or influencing that process at all. That's the first and foremost. That is the surefire way that you will immediately end up just strengthening MAGA politically. And you're also going to bog down your own administration in scandal and controversy, which will hamper your ability to execute on your agenda. I'm talking about like the hypothetical Democratic president. It's a similar kind of calculation to like Mamdani. So let the president focus on their agenda, their legislative agenda. Let the president focus on what policies they can unilaterally implement with executive authority. That's all the president should be focused on in the, in that first like couple years, typically when you have majorities to work with in Congress. So that's the first condition. The president cannot be a part of any of it. The second condition is that it needs to be done, whatever happens needs to be done with a special counsel. You can't have the attorney general getting up there and doing all these press conferences talking about like new investigations. That is why the special counsel statute exists. That is the purpose of the special counsel. So whoever the AG is, if they want accountability for the Trump administration, then I assume that they would pick a special counsel who they felt was like a bulldog. Like Jack Smith was a phenomenal choice for the special counsel. That guy moved so fast. So that's what I mean when I say Garland actually made the correct decision in terms of how he pursued that. He just waited too long. That was Garland's biggest mistake. Garland was not wrong to not want to be the figurehead of that investigation. And he chose a fucking bulldog. Like Jack Smith prosecuted people for war crimes in The Hague, and Jack Smith moved so fast. He had announced indictments within, how long was it? 4 or 5 months. Like his team, Jack Smith's team, they got working right away. And so if Garland would have appointed Jack Smith a year before, which is what I think he should have done, he waited literally a year too long, then I think Donald Trump would have faced a trial, would have gone to court, and I'm pretty confident that Jack Smith would have secured convictions. Perthamson with $5. Okay, now we have all the preconditions and maybe even the right guy. What should this person do? Let the law guide their decisions. Just do what Jack Smith did. What did he do? Jack Smith put a team together right away. His team was obviously pretty competent. They had the benefit of criminal referrals from Congress. If you'll recall, that came from the January 6th subcommittee, and he very obviously took that referral seriously and just used their work to support a criminal indictment. Like Jack Smith did everything perfectly, as far as I understand. But he only had a limited amount of time to work with, and Warphammer with $5. Mussolini rose to power precisely because toothless liberal establishment refused to indict him for his crimes. I would rather risk the firm hand. You can be firm. Like what I'm saying is firm, I'm not saying don't be firm. Black-pilled Kiwi with 5 New Zealand. You sound like you just want less political consideration, not none. That's pretty weak in the current era. I can hear the West Wing theme playing. No, I think the West Wing, it would have been like West Wing style politics to just pardon Trump, I think. Perthamson with $2. So what we do? I think I answered your question. Hopefully I answered your question. All right, let's get back to it.
Well, I agree, but then, okay, so right now, let's talk about it from a process of function, okay? So we have a process of function where effectively what you're saying is we could still do, if they did mass pardons of the Trump admin, what would you charge Marco Rubio for as the person who was running the Department of State under Trump too?
I think if they... Historically, a pardon has been seen as an admission of guilt. It's part of it. So if they are pre-pardoned, then I would just formally just charge them all with insurrection and then say that they're pardoned from it. And then at the very least, that bars all of them from running for any public office again.
But what's your evidence? Because as far as I know, Marco Rubio wasn't involved in the fake elector scheme or January 6, 2021.
So he's a part of it and he supports the current administration.
Participated in insurrection.
He participates in the current administration and he's more or less a supporter. He's a cabinet member.
So how?
No. Sorry, no. What is this?
Just to be,
he's memeing, right? This is a meme. I think this is a meme.
just to be clear, how far does that go down? So we
to every single elected person in the Republican Party right now, except for the never Trumpers.
One more time.
Every single person in the Republican Party right now, except for like the never Trumpers. So like your Massey's, I guess, maybe your Rand Paul's.
Yeah, that's obviously political suicide, wasting political capital. It's effectively a meme position. It's not even a real position.
Okay, I thought the meme position was where we pretended that the 2020 election didn't happen, and then we doubled down on every single thing we believe, but then we still managed to win in 2025. I thought that was the meme position. But
are you saying even like state senators, like not even national positions?
Yep.
Yeah, so disbarring half of the political process is not an option.
Yep.
Wait a minute. So city council, right? You would say
if they're Trumples, hell
all
yeah.
of them.
Get them.
Well, city council people very rarely position themselves in party.
But I mean, people run, anyone who runs, he's saying anyone who runs on the R ticket, right?
But city council members usually don't have R tickets.
I understand that. I'm saying, but the point is he's saying everyone, right? So mayors, right?
Okay.
Whatever.
Anybody that supported Trump, if they weren't actively calling out the Trump admin, if they were ever playing into it or whatever, then they're part of it.
Hold on. Listen, I'm going to let Prime talk, but
It's genuinely hard to kind of parse through. Because like he's smiling and everything. It feels very memey to me, right?
I know why I would feel that way. Why the fuck do you feel that way?
What do you mean? Because I think that all of these people have contributed to an authoritarian regime that is the most anti-American regime in U.S. history that has almost brought our country to the edge of destruction.
Okay, but at the same time, we have, when it comes to like the deportations of Andre Hernandez Romero or Kilmar Abrego Garcia, ultimately the courts were still able to reel them in. When it comes to January 6, 2021, and by the way, I'm not defending Trump. I think we should fire him from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. But when you're talking about this process, Marco Rubio, to my knowledge, did not participate in January 6, 2021. And what he's guilty of is overseeing the decommission of USAID and PEPFAR, which is going to lead to approximately between 3 million and 14 million preventable.
There was a report recently. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was all done on estimations. It was a New Yorker article. I don't know if you guys saw, but they project 400,000 dead kids already from the USAID cuts. We are now witnessing what the historian Richard Rhodes termed public man-made death, which he observed has been perhaps the most overlooked cause of mortality in the last century. Brooke Nichols, the Boston University epidemiologist and mathematical modeler, has maintained a respected tracker of current impact. The model is conservative, assuming, for example, that the State Department will fully sustain the programs that remain. As of November 5th, it estimated that USAID's dismantling has already caused the deaths of 600,000 people, 2/3 of them children. Now, I can't speak to this model. I don't know what went into this model. I don't know anything about the person who came up with the model, but this is just one projection. And they say it's a conservative estimate. The USAID already in less than a year, whenever USAID was shuttered, that was like 6 months ago. And just in the last 6 months, they estimate 600,000 dead, 400,000 of those being children, which sounds like it is in line with the other estimates that we saw, that USAID would kill something like 13 million over the next 10 years. So if that was true, then that would be consistent with this estimate here, which is just a number that it's difficult to wrap your head around. We saw how disruptive COVID was, for example. it affected like all of our lives in really profound ways. There were mitigation efforts that were made, people locked down, and if this is true, hundreds of thousands of people are dying because we shuttered USAID. There's a remarkable lack of commentary about that. Like very few people are talking about USAID cuts and the real world impacts of those cuts. But as hundreds of thousands of people are just needlessly dying. Pretty insane. Taito said that with $5, you're saying we should prosecute, but we can't give them ammo or make them martyrs. But that's going to happen anyways, regardless of how you do it. I totally disagree that the way that you pursue justice, like the idea that that doesn't matter, I just reject that. I just outright reject that claim. Of course it matters. Of course it matters. Do you guys even have a problem with what I'm saying? Do you disagree that the president should be hands off, whoever the Democratic president should be? And do you disagree that it should be done with a special counsel? Yes, you do disagree? Well, some of you guys. Bald Green Lantern. Yes, this instance is unprecedented. Imagine if that just spectacularly backfired. Can you imagine that? Can you steelman my... Can you follow my train of thought at all, or do you just reject it? Do you reject the idea that the whole thing could blow up? You could make MAGA a martyr movement, and this could stifle the president's agenda. Now the president is that's going to just take over everything if the president is directly involved. And that is going to impact the president's ability to deliver on their agenda. Why would you not want the president just entirely focused on their agenda? Why does it have to come from the president? This is what I want to understand from some of you guys in chat. Why is that necessary? How do you think that helps the process? The next presidential agenda, uphold the law. Do you think that the next Democratic president, do you think that the next Democratic nominee should run on upholding the law, or do you think they should run on affordability? Why don't we all take a lesson from Zoran Mamdani on this one? Perthamson with $5. I agree with your process statements. I'm sad that you can't specify one or two people that should be prosecuted. Well, I'm not really... Yes. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to apologize for the size of this room, gentlemen. It's all I can do. It's short. Now, are we all here?
God. Oh, God. Perthamson, I'm sorry. So he said, I agree with your process statements. I'm sad to see that you can't specify one or two people that should be prosecuted. Well, what are we talking about here? What are we charging them with? Like, how am I supposed to know if Pam Bondi is like breaking the law? I have no idea. But if she did, then I would obviously want some accountability for that. It's on TV. Okay, so just give me the law. What do you mean? I'm not incredulous at the idea that the administration officials are breaking the law. I don't know what fucking statutes they could be breaking. I have no idea. I'll leave that to the special counsel, you know. Lopsided pixel with 16 months. It sounds like some of you guys are like less concerned about the particular statute that you think that people are breaking, and what you just want to see is you just want to see these people punished just generally for being Trump lackeys or whatever. But that is not how we do things in America. Just to be clear, we do have laws on the books. Perthamson with $5. Okay, wow. Do you watch the news? Okay, hang on. You don't. Why are you getting testy? What is the issue here? Just tell me what laws you think that they should be prosecuted for now, and I'll tell you if I agree. Jesus Christ. I also don't know how much of a shield administration members get being a part of the executive branch. My understanding is that they're shielded from a lot of accountability. I'll leave it to the legal minds to hash out what laws are being broken. I'm not qualified, quite frankly, to opine on, oh, well, obviously this is a violation of, federal code, blah, 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 blah. We the people with $5. USAID overthrows governments? It's fundamentally an existential threat to any administration. Look up Mike Benz. USAID overthrows governments? What? Gotta love Corn with the tier 2 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Bad Company with $5. Did Whick reach out to you for this panel? Seems like you would have been perfect for it. He did reach out to me about something, and I never got back to him because I was a little sick that week. To Wee Lorg with $5, he just wants them to not hold office anymore. 14th Amendment. I think he's obviously memeing when he says every elected Republican, like, prosecute them all for insurrection so they don't hold office again. That's a bit of a meme, right? Bad Company with $5. You can't martyr dog shit policy and ideas. Look at Kirk. TPUSA is done. Well, I don't know about TPUSA, but you can for sure martyr bad people.
Deaths worldwide. That's like a man-made Holocaust through incompetence, but I can't think of I don't know how you would charge him with insurrection for participating in the Trump admin related to being a dickhead. Like that.
He aided and abetted the enemies of the state by being a cabinet member for Trump and doing his bidding.
Wait, but now you're just playing into now this is just the tit for tat bullshit. Good. We're effectively like, what is it? Today, the Democrats did a 1-minute video, which I approve of, by the way, saying, hey, military service members, hey, members of the intelligence community, you are sworn to an oath of the Constitution of the United States, and you have to remember your oath, and you should not follow illegal orders. Donald Trump, as Whick mentioned, said, these people are...
Speaking of that,
I mean, you can't keep track of this guy and what he says. And I'll tell you this, though. I'm not backing down. I mean,
Speaking of martyrs, I feel like this guy, his odds of being the 2028 nominee literally skyrocketed in the last week. I don't know if he's the front runner, but I think he would be a strong nominee, you guys. Oh my God, bro. I think like this guy might be potentially the strongest nominee in 2028.
we said something very simple. Members of the military need to follow the law. We wanted to say that we have their backs.
I think Mark Kelly would be a strong nominee, bro. Hutch, look up Mike Benz. Listen, I appreciate the $2, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to do USAID fucking conspiracy theories here.
Guilty of sedition, and the punishment of sedition is death. Okay, so all you're doing is you're just playing into, in my opinion, this.
Wait, would he be the first bald president? Have we ever had a bald president before? Am I about to get bald representation? He would be the first, right? I can't think of any other bald president. We need one. Oh, Eisenhower? Wait, Eisenhower was bald? No. He was balding, but he didn't like... Yeah, no, he didn't shave his head. Pretty sure the Constitution prohibits bald people from being president? That's devastating.
This hysteria that every single political fight is existential.
Well, except it is on that side. They're the ones that are saying that everything is existential while they're being existential. That's part of their existential fight, is by saying that everything is existential.
No, you're making it existential by saying that if you had the power, then you would disbar them from politics and wielding power altogether.
Yeah, but I think I have a good reason for that. They don't have a good reason to say we should execute sitting senators and congressmen.
So,
okay.
We'll
Prime, go ahead, but I got plenty.
I'm sure he's given us plenty, right? But I got...
This is the tit for tat thing here. I feel like with Destiny, with these kind of takes, I have to read between the lines, and with some of the people in chat, I have to read between the lines and just almost get away from the literal specifics of the conversation altogether. And like what I'm seeing, I'm using my therapy approach. Like what I'm seeing is that people are very angry and they have every right to be. And what I'm seeing is that people are motivated by a sense of wanting justice, and they have every right to feel that way. And well, I'll affirm that. Pam Bondi, she appointed a temporary U.S. attorney for retributive persecutions of Comey and James in Virginia. Halligan was illegally installed, and the accusations were purely retributive. That is one. Okay, and I assume that they're going to get to this in the debate at some point, but how's that working out for him, you guys? How the fuck is that working out for them right now? And you want to emulate that? Do you think that is like... should be something that informs your decisions in this kind of way? How's that working out for him? I don't want to emulate the current Trump administration. He's like totally impotent. And we're not even a year into his administration. Pulse, thank you so much for 7 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
One question for each of our friends here. One, to Stacks, I just want to pull you in and hear your beautiful voice.
For sure.
How much of this do you...
Oh, I understand. You're taking away the wrong thing from the super chat. He's saying that is an example of a crime by someone in the administration. I can't speak to... I don't know if that's a crime. Maybe it's a crime. If it is a crime, then sure. Yeah, look into it and do something about it. But I don't know if she broke the law. To we Lorg, thank you so much for $5. What were the repercussions? What were the repercussions of what now? What are we talking about?
agree with. I mean,
yeah. Well,
so to be clear,
sure.
just let me ask the question, right? Yeah, to be clear,
yeah, for sure. Go
what Stephen has said is that everyone.
I am not. Okay, hang on. I just got to make a conscious decision to not get stun locked and just, there's a lot of good faith people in both of my chats. Okay, I'm just going to focus on you guys. Okay, you're the only ones that matter to me right now.
Who has supported Trump, right? I'm assuming he means everyone in office, but I'm not entirely clear on that either.
I think he said in office.
Okay, well, everyone in office.
Ruth with a tier 2 membership as a DGGer, this stance from Destiny is insane. I think he's taking a deliberately provocative stance to make a point. I don't know if he literally means we should prosecute every elected Republican, which would be, I don't even know, tens of thousands of people across the country. How many political positions are there in the country at the combined between local, state, and federal? Tens of thousands, maybe? I don't even know.
Wait, what would that other?
Like,
what else
anyone
could
who
it
voted
be?
for him, would we are people who voted?
Yeah, but if you voted for them, that's also support, right?
The 200 million people. I assume Stephen doesn't think those.
We can just ask him if he's here.
We shouldn't assume.
Yeah, it wouldn't be every single person that voted for him, because they're also for the insurrection thing. You have to be a prior oath taker, so you'd have to have held public office, and we can't access people's votes. So
yeah, okay. I'm not taking Stephen literally. I'm taking him seriously. Okay.
Take me literally and seriously. Yeah, I can be taking both. I'm not Trump. I don't need a translator or to speak like a retard. So.
Okay. So Staxium, right?
My implication there being that Trump speaks like a retard. I wasn't attacking anybody on the panel. That was my thing. Sorry.
No, that's fine. No worries.
Yes, Staxium.
I agree with yeah. So
you guys go.
No, sorry. I was waiting for him to finish his question. So the first thing that I'm going to point out is I felt like Connor was attacking.
King meet us with $5. The Mike Benz guy, that one guy keeps saying, look up his crazy right-winger conspiracy guy that helped take down USAID.
This idea that, like, just because it was Nuremberg, like, we're calling it the Nuremberg trials, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like making that equivalent to what the Nazis did. Like, obviously what this administration doing is not as bad as the Holocaust.
Okay, I need to watch this on Whick's channel because I can't handle the video game noises in the background. It's driving me insane. When was this? Trump and Congress. Okay.
We have had a runaway.
You're viewing Trump as a single moment, a single discrete moment in time.
You did, maybe bar them from office. Oh,
we prosecute a Trump figure, or we right. That is like the.
And I just.
But they don't have a problem.
But I mean, like, hold on. It can always get
Sanders. We wouldn't.
Wait, so just checking. So you're checking.
Trump
right.
3, if Trump 3 was legally possible.
Aren't we?
At some point, but once
that's right. We shouldn't assume.
They're being existential. That's part of their existential fight.
Okay,
is by
I
saying
think it's like right here.
That's fair. But since we're talking about all elected Republicans, could you tell me the never Trumpers that have run in Orlando, Florida?
Nope.
No, you can't. Okay, all right. So how do we? So above the top line, right? Above below the federal line, how do we determine these individuals? Because all of them may not have been very public, but maybe they didn't. They had private thoughts. They said something to their friends. Is that enough? I disagreed with Trump to my friends.
Consult the record. They're public officials, so they should have public statements. That would be pretty exceptional for them to have no public statements as public officials.
Yeah, but Thomas Massie voted with the Republicans 91% of the time. Like, he's still in lockstep as far as Trump's agenda goes when it comes to securing the border, when it comes to the big, beautiful bill, when it comes to this, when it comes to that. I mean, he might have fought it at some point, but once again, 91% voting record that aligns with Trump over the past decade.
To that point,
okay, you can get
sorry,
rid of
just
them
to
too,
throw,
if you want, sure.
To throw something. What about Fetterman as well? Would he be liable for this?
Yeah, because he's like normalized. Like,
I mean, I definitely think fuck that guy, but like, I don't know if he's liable for the
psycho shit. This is my party should rule indefinitely without challenge, and I think it's crazy.
Sure.
I think there's no rooting in reality.
This is why I'm trying to get. That's why I'm asking about details here, right? To like really nail down what the hell we're talking about. Okay, so you're saying they have to have made public statements. Okay, if they were elected within, was it 2027 is the last year of his reign, right? So if they're elected in 2027, a Republican, right? Do they count? Right? Are they up for these trials as well?
If they ran under a Trump ticket, sure. If they were like supportive of Trump, yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. That's not exactly honest, because Fetterman has been also very against Trump. Like, he's made a lot of public statements like rejecting Trump, but you also said that Fetterman should go too. So I'm curious.
I made a lot of statements. I don't know. I guess you could find some particular issue. Whatever the particular thing is, if you want to concede the argument that you agree that we should do this, and now you just want to argue over the specifics of like who should be included, that's fine. For 90% of elected people, it's going to be plainly obvious. How you would determine the edges, we could leave it up to a court to decide. We could leave it up to a court to decide, or we could leave it up to a commission to decide, or whatever. But like, I mean, I'm not going to say like, oh, actually, I'm going to change my mind on this entire idea because there's going to be some edge cases that are difficult to decide.
No, that's fair. I concede that 55% of the Republican Party should be barred from voting indefinitely. I don't concede that. I think that's
voting. I'm not saying. Well, who said voting? I just said holding office again.
Okay, okay, 55% of the Republican Party voted in order to elect Trump as a first choice during the primary. Let's just say that correlates up to the Republican Party, where 55% of the representatives support Trump wholeheartedly as a first choice. I think that separating those people from politics is fucking insane.
Yeah, so I think it matters here, right? So that, like, if let's pretend I'm a Republican, right? Let's pretend I'm in office, right? If you're saying there's a way out here, well, I care about that way out. Oh, I'm a never Trumper too. I mean, I was always a never Trumper. Didn't you hear me say, right? Like, maybe on some website somewhere, I said something critical about Trump. Doesn't that count?
These are public officials. They make public statements. They have public offices. They put out public press releases. These are not random individual private citizens. Definition.
This is already so absurd that we could just go ahead and concede like a hypothetical in which we were able to perfectly discern every single never Trumper versus every single Republican. It's still a stupid fucking idea. It's still a wild idea.
We'll do that. Let's do that.
I have a question. When you, and this is for Destiny, if this is the public position that you're advocating for, what incentive does any Republican or anyone who's ever held office under Trump have to ever denounce Trump? Does this not just make them more incentivized to always support Trump? Because if they don't and Trump loses and the Democrats win, then they know that they're never.
I mean, that's a good point, actually.
We're going to have power again. So why would they ever?
Yeah, he's become the boogeyman that the Republicans pretend he is.
Yeah, no, this whole thing of like become the boogeyman is like raping someone over and over again, saying this person is physically abusive, this person is, and then the 12th time you rape them, they punch you and they go, look at that, you've become the violent person I said you always were. I'm sorry, that's fucking retarded. Also, I don't know why you're speaking hypothetically, Whick. Do people have to support Donald Trump? Otherwise, if they don't, they feel like they're going to be held criminally liable for things. That's literally the entire story of the entire Republican Trump administration.
What do you guys think is more likely to produce the outcome of MAGA, the movement, being defanged in this country? That was a bit convoluted. Okay, hold on. I'm going to give you guys two options, and you guys tell me which one you think is more likely to mortally wound MAGA as a political movement. You do the Destiny Nuremberg trials, and I guess according to many people in YouTube chat, the president directly involves themselves into the process. Like the president is spearheading this Nuremberg 2.0 situation. And then you have trials, criminal prosecutions, et cetera, which those wouldn't even be televised because the federal courts, they don't allow cameras in the courtroom, but I suppose maybe the Congress could change that rule. I don't really know. Okay, so you have that option, or why don't we just like play the tape out a little bit here? I think the path that MAGA is currently on is leading south. I think MAGA right now are already on a really bad trajectory. they are headed for a shellacking in 2026. And if Donald Trump continues to, number one, physically diminish, and number two, just act increasingly unhinged, we could be headed towards, now I'm not going to give everybody's hopes up here, but we could be headed towards like a 2008 style blowout in 2028 if the current trajectory holds. I wouldn't put money that the current trajectory, I'm not telling you the current trajectory is going to hold. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 3 years? Nobody could predict this kind of thing. But they're already suffering kind of like a slow political death right now. We're all witnessing it. It's happening right before our eyes. What do you do once you get power? That's the question you're avoiding. I think the next president should focus on meeting the needs of the voters. That's what the next president should do. The next president should seek to springboard, if we play the tape out and if the current trajectory holds, and then the Democratic president has big enough majorities to actually do some really bold stuff, they should focus 100% of their time on that. Leverage that moment to get a public option. Codify the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Codify abortion protections. Do something really bold with renewable energy infrastructure projects. Like, take the time and use your power and capital as president. Sure, abolish ICE, fold it into DHS. Just get rid of ICE. I'm on board with that at this point. We already have DHS. They can execute those functions. You don't need ICE. I don't know what the political appetite for getting rid of ICE is. I don't know how that polls, but I mean, you would have so much capital at that point that you could actually spend it to do. I think those things are going to be way more beneficial for the American voter than the president spearheading Nuremberg 2.0. Personally, I wish Hutch was live reviewing the Connor v. Pisco shit happening right now. Wait, what's happening right now? Are they going at it?
Which has to do with, like, have they proved to your satisfaction or to Hassan's satisfaction the existence of mass coordinated rape as an intentional tool?
What the fuck did we just walk into? Bad Company with $5. You just said voters are not rational, but now we need to focus on voter needs. I don't understand how that's mutually... Wait, hold on. How are these things incompatible? You should focus on voters' needs because that's just good governance. That's the point of government. All elite memes with $10. It's not just about MAGA. He's talking about the Republican Party moving this way for over a decade. MAGA may end, but another MAGA may rise if there's no accountability. He wants to scare them out of that. Do you guys really think that you're going to be able to scare MAGA into submission? What? How have they ever indicated that this is a movement that can be persuaded in that kind of way? You think you can scare MAGA into submission? Your honest answer is yes. I wish I had your confidence. I don't know what that's based on. When have they ever demonstrated an inkling of a possibility of this like being the case for them? Herthamson with $5. I feel like you're being disingenuous. I didn't see anybody saying that the president should be the figurehead for the trials. Well, I asked people in chat and they said yes. That's what that's in reference to. ASOS with $5. The research doesn't show it would embolden MAGA. Too long, didn't read. It indicates that prosecutions of Donald J. Trump or his officials are unlikely to change the minds of his base. then you linked two things, throw them into ChatGPT. I'll take some time looking into these studies afterwards.
I feel like you're blind on this issue. Sorry, real quick. They're not going to say shut up Jew. They're going to say shut up Zionist. But then within the same breath or the same paragraph or the
what is this about?
80 to 90% of
this is live.
And 98% of Jews in Israel and 80 to 90% of Jews in the diaspora are Zionists. So they're not saying all Jews because they have 20% of the diaspora population and 2% of the Israeli population that are anti-Zionist. So they're not talking about all Jews. They're just talking about 80% of the diaspora population and 98% of the Israeli population. And they'll use that as an invective insult.
So I mean that's interesting because I heard you just then say that JD Vance is like a Zio shill. Did you say that?
I think so.
Was that you? Was that
sure most of the Trump admin is Zio shell?
Was that you signaling a dislike and disdain for Jewish people and conflating that issue? What were you doing there?
No, I think that there's an actual.
All right, we should do one thing at a time here. Maybe we can review that maybe on Sunday. Noxus with $5. MAGA has not faced any real accountability, so we have never had a good example. They've gotten away with January 6th and so many other things scot-free. Well, to be clear, there were criminal convictions in the Georgia case because there were people that pled guilty. And are there still ongoing criminal cases so there was some accountability for that stuff. But I don't know what are the options of holding Trump accountable for January 6th at this point. I don't know if there's any options there.
How many people in pardon that have committed crimes either directly on his behalf or on behalf of his administration or just other crimes and then ended up supporting him? Like the Republicans already have this thought process and it needs to be exterminated. The thought process, not the people.
Wait, hold on. This is such, okay. The reason why this is such bullshit is because I feel like you just either don't understand or don't want to understand the MAGA narrative and why it's appealing to Americans. The whole narrative is that since World War II, we have had a runaway federal government that has grown and grown and grown and grown outside of the Constitution. The Republicans have been playing footsie with the Democrats forever. And as a result, we now have a wrecking ball. So regardless of whether or not you think Trump is a good person or a bad person, things like cutting PEPFAR and USAID, that's good on a principled stance because billions of dollars shouldn't be going overseas to help people who aren't American. Slashing the DOE, deconstructing the Department of Education. Well, the federal government, realistically, we're 50, relatively speaking, sovereign states who should be deciding our own local affairs. Well, that's a good thing because the DOE, since it's gutted, it's now giving local control to education. You can say that those stories are bullshit. You can say it's nepotism. You can say it's cronyism. You can say all the corrupt things, and I'm probably going to agree with you 7 out of 10 times. But that doesn't mean that people with Americans, especially with the First Amendment, with freedom of speech and freedom and conscience, that doesn't mean that that opinion or behavior should be made illegal. That's fucking insane. That's insane. You yourself are advocating for a position that's contradictory to the Republic of the United States. It makes no fucking sense.
Literally not. We literally have an amendment that literally bars people from committing insurrection and holding public office again. So I think my opinion is much
how has Marco Rubio committed insurrection?
By supporting an insurrectionist.
That's not insurrection.
It definitionally is. Read the text of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Aiding and abetting is part of an insurrection. Yeah, there's no difference between committing insurrection and aiding insurrection.
By actively participating in an insurrection. Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection.
You don't have to be convicted for the amendment, but we can convict him by just charging him with a crime. If you charge him with a crime, he's already pled and he's already been.
One at a time, please. Let Destiny. Hold on. Let Destiny finish his point, and then you can respond. Go
ahead. If he's pardoned, if he's pre-pardoned, then he's guilty. Then you just say, charge him with it, have him be pardoned, nothing happens, then you bar him from running for office again.
Oh, okay. So Hunter, right now, because you're being consistent, you're just going to go ahead and accept the fact that Hunter is guilty of FARA violations, tax violations, money laundering, and corruption on behalf of the Biden family, right?
Sure. Hunter Biden can never run for public office again. I'll be consistent on that.
Okay, that wasn't even the question. But the whole point is that I know that's bullshit because we've thought about this in the past. All you're doing is you're making a concession because the concession doesn't matter anymore. So what's actually going on here is you're saying that we should bar probably 1/6 of the country from participating in politics once again.
And I keep saying, I said elected officials. No, wait, you keep saying 1/6. I'm saying elected officials right now.
saying that
They're the ones that would
elected
get-
officials should never have participated within like the cult of Trump or MAGA politics.
True. Yeah. 100%.
It's a little broad. It's a little broad, but I do think he's memeing a bit here. Teague Starbuck with $5. If your only options were prosecution of MAGA's leaders with the president leading the charge or nothing, which would you choose? That's a good question. Probably nothing. Probably nothing. Because I think that would stop the president from doing... The president wouldn't get... I think it would be much more difficult for the president to get anything done. To put the question in a different way, let me ask you guys, what do you think is more important for the, let's say a Democrat wins in 2028, they're inaugurated January 20th, 2029. What do you think is more important to get done? Their policy agenda or Nuremberg 2.0? Let's say the president has big enough majorities to get a public option done. Would you rather have a public option or would you rather have Nuremberg 2.0? No. It's a hypothetical. They can and should do both. Okay. Can I get you to concede that the president leading the charge on Nuremberg 2.0 could potentially massively stifle any legislative efforts? Could I get you to acknowledge that that is possible? Okay. That's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming from. So it's not necessarily a binary, but that's just what my thinking is. Maybe it's possible. I will concede in the infinite multiverse. Maybe it's possible for a hypothetical Democratic president to lead Nuremberg 2.0 and get a public option. I am inclined to think that the former would very much complicate the latter. And for me, it's more important to get a public option than Nuremberg 2.0. In my opinion. In my humble opinion. I think that would be much better for the American people than Nuremberg 2.0. How do you feel about it when the president doesn't spearhead it but appoints a special counsel? That was my position the whole time. If there is some kind of massive effort to criminally prosecute the Trump administration, which again, I'm not sure how feasible this is. Pretty sure Donald Trump is going to pardon himself and his entire cabinet on his way out the door. So I don't even know what we're talking about. Like, I don't know how that complicates things. Then you don't think MAGA is that bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you and I have totally different opinions about what is the best way to quote unquote like defeat MAGA. Right now, my position is that they seem to be doing a really good job defeating themselves right now. There is a price to pay for Trump. There has been a price to pay for Trump. And I know for some people, they're not going to be able to compute that because he won re-election in 2024. And for some people, that's kind of the end of the analysis. And that you just assume just like total victory moving forward. But that's just not the way that politics work. Number one, 2024 should have on paper been a blowout for the Democratic Party, just an absolute blowout. It should have been a bloodbath, and it was not. I think that's because of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has proven himself to be quite the albatross for the Republican Party. Like, he is dragging that part. He is holding them back. The Republican Party would be stronger if they had competent leadership. The Democratic Party would be struggling a lot more to adjust if the Republicans actually had a competent leader. Donald Trump has been a drag on the party. You say that, but we still have 3 more years. That's the consequence of 2024. I accept that Donald Trump is going to be here for the next 3 years. I just don't. I accept that. I do read YouTube
Even
chat.
if nobody goes to prison, I think it's still important to get an official and public accounting of the full breadth of the corruption that took place in that administration. Without truth and reconciliation, Trump 3.0 will be even more likely to come about, and under a different name.
Can I just push back on this a little bit, guys? The rhetorical question. I'm already pushing back on it. We did have a detailed, comprehensive accounting for what Trump did on January 6th. The government did that. We had a select subcommittee that investigated that event for like several months. There were televised hearings that stretched out for a couple of months. And do you know what, guys? It didn't really move the needle significantly. So where is your confidence coming from that a Democratic president-led investigation would yield the kind of results that you guys seem to think it would? I don't understand where that confidence comes from. Of course, the president has a bigger platform, sure. But I think the reality of the situation is there's a significant percentage of the country that are relatively disengaged from politics. I think we looked up some statistics a month or two ago. We tried to sort of gauge. And I think where we landed on was it's like 70 to 80% of the country that are pretty disconnected from politics. If you could devise a society where everybody was super engaged, then I don't think Donald Trump, his political movement would have succeeded in the first place. But we don't live in that world. We don't live in that country. Hasn't that always been the case for America? I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe, but I don't know. I feel like previous generations, I could be wrong. I'm just making kind of a guess here, but like, you know, during the Cold War, for example, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, you know, I assume that in the context of the Cold War or some of the World War II, I'll bet you, I would just assume that a way higher percentage of the country were paying attention to politics in that kind of way. But the problem is that there's a lot of people that see politics on their social media feeds, but they're not really meaningfully engaging with politics, you know? They're not really like going out of their way to watch long form content, dry discussions about domestic policy and foreign policy and the political dynamic. And I would assume that a lot less people are doing that than they did in generations previous. The January 6th committee still revealed egregious shit we never would have known about. Do it anyways, even if nobody goes to prison. I don't know why there's so much reluctance. Well, hang on. What is to stop the Congress from doing that again? The Congress can do that. You guys understand that, right? Like, I assume the next Democratic-led Congress will, in fact, do that. If the Democrats take back the House, I guarantee you they are going to establish subcommittees to investigate the current administration. They are going to haul cabinet members up in front of live cameras in subcommittee hearings, and they're going to grill the shit out of them. So I think you guys are going to get a taste of what you're looking for, just a little taste, in about a year, a little over a year, when the next Congress is sworn in and Democrats are probably in the majority. And to be clear, you do not want them to do that, Hutch. Can you guys take a fucking breath? When did I ever suggest or hint that I don't think that the Democrats in Congress should hold hearings and grill the... Take a fucking breath, man. You are arguing with somebody else. Bro, it was a question. It was a leading question. It was an assumption. Like, what have I said that indicated that I would be opposed to Democrats grilling the administration? Noxus with $10. We had accounting for January 6th with no accountability. Sure, it is great that some things were found and proven, but to what end? Committing treason without consequences is a horrible precedent that we set. I agree. And I think it's Garland's fault. I 100% agree. Tito with $2. Search for "We Go Low, You Go High" video. Pass. I want to pass on that. Bad Company with $5. Under a Dem president, the DOJ would be working independently. The hypothetical is disingenuous. Wait, what hypothetical? Hold on. What was this about? Well, that's what I'm pushing for. And if we assume that hypothetical, then I'm already on board with that. The DOJ should operate independently. I have no problem with that. DOJ, go nuts. Do your thing. Sergeant Fatboy with 115 months. My goodness. Naughty Pup, you said that there was breaking news. What's going on? The 11th Circuit upholds $1 million penalty on Trump and Alina Habba for frivolous suit versus Hillary Clinton, Comey, DNC, etc. over Russia claims. Trump and his attorneys committed sanctionable conduct. Ooh, goddamn. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem for the Trump sycophants. There are very real consequences if you're a lawyer. Like, Donald Trump is out here trying to find the most sycophantic, unscrupulous lawyers to prosecute his political enemies. And you talk about accountability. I mean, this is pretty significant for that lawyer. Fucked up. I assume they're probably going to lose their license to practice law. That seems pretty significant. Dig Dug with 102 months. Thank you so much, pal.
This feels just a little bit and I think this is a little bit different from the place that we started at, because you were saying Nuremberg trials, but these don't sound like trials. Like, these do sound like if you're part of the admin, you're guilty. But I don't know if that's a trial.
Well,
what
if they're
the
going to
trial
pre-pardon,
occurs?
if they're pre-pardoning, then we can't have a trial. Now, if they don't pre-pardon,
Sure,
then we can try them all for insurrection. Fuck it.
Sure. Okay. So what? Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, let's say that they don't pre-pardon him. What's your evidence that they're engaged in insurrection?
I don't know. We'd have to figure out what the historical definition of insurrection is, and then I guess we would dig up all the evidence. We'd do our discovery like a normal trial, and you'd find everything, and you'd go through all their emails, you go through all the phone calls, you see if they were knowingly violating the law.
This case would fall flat on its fucking face.
Would it be politically popular? I'm not denying that, of course. It would be politically unpopular, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
so so what you're saying is you're making a moral statement that, okay, 1/6 of political representatives, or actually it would be a quarter because these are elected people, 1/4 of elected representatives should be prohibited from participating in politics.
Yep.
Okay. What if we do these trials? What if there's no pre-pardoning?
All right, Naughty Pup, have a good happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time with your family.
Marco Rubio gets put on trial and he's found innocent. Like, I don't know if I understand even your hypothetical.
He beats his trial, but at least all the evidence will be out there. Good.
Okay, sure. So then I don't know. Sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Here's the question for the opposite
But
side.
I don't agree with this.
Wait. Okay, question for the other side. Let's say that there are no trials. Let's say that another Trump comes along. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things he's done now, but worse?
Why? Hold on. Sorry. Why
wouldn't you support the next Trump doing the same?
Doing the next.
No,
Sorry,
not
go
you. I'm
ahead.
not asking
Yeah,
you. Elected politician comes about. There's the Trump 3 or whatever. The next Trump comes about. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things that this Trump is doing, but even worse?
Not you. It's
you in the general sense. You being MAGA or anyone else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if I were MAGA, what is the disincentive from supporting Trump 3 if Trump 3 was legally possible?
Aren't we incentivizing people to take advantage of the law here?
Ooh.
Without political consequences.
I probably wrapped my head around the fact that I think that Trump's going down because he's an ephebophilic sex cultist. I would have to say that we would need to reinforce, actually, I think the political capital after Trump should be spent on reinforcing the guardrails around authorization of uses around military force. It should be put to reinforcing the guardrails around executive orders. It should be put to trying to get Congress to be more of like that Congresswoman said who just got installed, that it needs to be a co-equal branch of government. So I would actually
so just checking. So your check against the people. Your check against the people who would support Trump, the next Trump. The people who are openly okay with breaking the law would be to make more laws?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I don't think that would be effective. I think that would be that's entirely self-defeating.
In reference to breaking the law.
I need to start keeping I need to open up like a notepad document and just start keeping track of all the ways that the guardrails have checked Trump during his second term, because it has been numerous. We did this after Nixon. We did this after Nixon. After Nixon was, after he resigned and was pardoned, I think the legislative branch passed laws regarding sort of like strengthening guardrails. I know the DOJ implemented or established and implemented new norms to reinforce or establish the DOJ as or the independent nature of DOJ. That was a very rational response. Now, Donald Trump came along and kind of trampled a lot of those norms, but are we suggesting that this is a bad idea? Like the Congress should probably write and pass some new laws clarifying some things? Like why would you dismiss that? Why would you dismiss doing something like that? There's no use for anything like that? Are we just going to assume that every Republican president moving forward is going to be another iteration of Donald Trump who's just going to trample these norms? Like, I don't... Do both, Hutch? Hold people accountable and like strengthen the guardrails? I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Of course. Pardoning Nixon was a mistake? I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Yeah.
Law, we would have to get into the nitty-gritty of it, because as an example, you've said that Trump people have suffered no consequences. That's not true. All the January 6th insurrectionists were incarcerated. There were 1,500 people who had criminal charges,
and then they were pardoned.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with whether or not they suffered consequences. They still suffered consequences. If you want to put limits on the power of the pardon, then I'm all ears for a technocratic solution.
So
I guess my question is, if you're a Republican congressperson right now, why the fuck would you ever support guardrails against the pardoning power when, like, you could just be a George Santos? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just be breaking the law and then Trump gets to pardon you. Why would you ever try to limit that authority?
Where does the pardon power come from? Is it in the Constitution? Can the Congress pass laws to limit the president's pardon power? I think they can, right? Or can they not? I thought does it come in the Constitution? The president's pardon power comes directly from Article 2, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution. Because this power is explicitly granted in the Constitution, the Congress cannot change it through ordinary legislation. Congress has a few indirect tools. They can do oversight and transparency. They can investigate circumstances surrounding a pardon. They can require reporting or record keeping. Okay, no, they're very limited. You'd have to amend the Constitution.
Well, I mean, if you had principles, it's because you wouldn't want to see the republic die.
Yeah, the pardon power is that. I don't know what the founders were thinking with that. That is insane. They very, very much fucked up with that. Like, I really have no idea where that came from. Why did they think that was a good idea?
Okay, great. That's a benchmark the Republicans have not been able to clear.
Actually, I would say that Thomas Massie and MTG have actually
you've got maybe 5 you can point to. I agree with Massie. Okay, even though he's a fucking psycho, he's for sure a never Trumper. MTG has like the last 2 weeks out of her. I don't know how long she's been in power. 6 years. That seems too high. I don't know. MTG over the last 2 weeks has changed her tone. Okay, great.
Just to be clear real quick, because I don't want people to think I agree with that statement. MTG has not changed her tone. She's just following the political winds. Either she's become a never-Trumper. If she is, it's not because she's offended by the authoritarian moves that Trump has made. It's just because she sees the politics going in a different direction.
She's not part of the anymore, so she's scorned. Sure, but you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, and I don't really give a shit. But now we've moved the argument from but all you pointed to was 4 people from voting to we don't have idealistic candidates that could actually reinforce the guardrails of the republic. These are like totally separate arguments.
Well, to be clear, I didn't make that second argument. I don't know where that second weird argument comes from. Maybe Saxion does, but I didn't make that argument.
Okay. Well, I think that like spending political capital on reinforcing our republic would be infinitely better spent than trying to wipe out 25% of elected representatives.
I have a question.
I find these equally feasible.
Yeah,
like the fact that Republicans would play ball to put back up guardrails that they have disassembled over the last 10 years. It seems equally viable than Steven's.
What's not going to help in that effort? What's not going to help in that effort is saying, "Oh yeah, if we ever do get power, we're coming for that ass. We're going to make sure."
Sorry, what's not going to help in that effort?
You mean like what Trump has been saying over and over and over again?
How is that working out for them, you guys? I don't. The tit for tat argument for me just falls flat on its face because I look at the consequences of the Trump presidency. That is not something that I want to see coming from the Democratic Party because it is not working out for the Republican Party right now. It's working out for them like, really? Like Donald Trump won. He's going to be president for the next 4 years. They got their tax cuts. They got the one big beautiful bill. They got that stuff. What are the next 3 years going to look like? It's not pretty. So far, it's not been pretty. There is an end date to Donald Trump's presidency. The reason they're losing is because of the economy and Epstein and ICE. These are all decisions that Trump made. Like Trump made the decision to implement a blanket tariff policy, which has caused inflationary pressure on prices and to reverse the trend that we were on from the last year and a half, 2 years of Biden's presidency, like landing that plane, the soft landing. Donald Trump's administration chose to weaponize ICE in the way that they've done that. And what was the third? And Donald Trump's president and his administration, they have chosen to make the Epstein issue way more salient than it needed to be. These are all self-inflicted wounds. But I don't disagree that these are the reasons that are driving Trump's approval ratings, but I don't think that it is I think there's probably very good argument that Donald Trump doing massive overreach is also damaging him politically. But there's nothing about this presidency that I want to emulate. I don't look at the current moment. Like, What would the equivalent of this be for Democrats? This is delusional, Hutch? Okay, well, let's just imagine that this was a Democrat. How would you guys evaluate the Democrat if they were in office right now? Let's say Kamala Harris won. And Kamala Harris got one reconciliation bill done in like June of her first year. And she was just going banana buck wild with her administration. Weaponizing DOJ, personally inserting herself and asserting herself as the figurehead of the criminal investigatory effort against, Trump. Let's say she got blown the fuck out in elections a few weeks ago. Let's say she had no real legislative prospects, like there was really nothing else on the agenda legislatively. Let's say the Democratic Party was headed towards a bloodbath in 2026. Would we look at that Democratic administration and evaluate them as being in a good place? I think not. But the fact that it's Trump, I think, I don't know anybody who can make the argument right now that Trump and Trumpism and MAGA are in a healthy political condition right now. They are dying right now. Literally dying right now. These are the death rattles of MAGA. We're all witnessing it right now. So, like Biden's midterms, I don't know what you remember from Biden's midterms. What are you talking about? That was not a bloodbath. What are you talking about? That was a historically good midterm performance for an incumbent party. You'd have to go back to like George W. Bush in 2002 after September 11th and JFK, the Democratic Party midterms after the Cuban Missile Crisis, where they did like pretty well by historical standards. Why do you see holding a MAGA accountable as becoming some kind of crazy action? The crazy thing is to do. All right, guys. I need to put a piece of text on the screen just to clarify my position once again. I don't know who said don't hold MAGA accountable. Who said that? Kitty Tisser, thank you so much for 11 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Tewi Lorg with $10. Are we saying that they are successful because their agenda isn't popular? Sorry, what? Thank you for the $10, but what are you asking me? Are we saying they are successful because their agenda isn't You mean unsuccessful? I'm saying success, or like Trump's personal success in terms of what he promised when he was running, his goals that he had in mind. I'm sure they're reasonably in line with what he wanted to see happen. The question is, how is that landing for the country? How is the country responding to him being successful on his agenda? He did send ICE into neighborhoods to terrorize people. He did do like increased levels of deportations for people with no criminal records. He did do the tariffs. He did do the one big beautiful bill. Great. Okay. How's the country responding to that? They are not responding well at all. They are not happy with this administration. Being voted out is not a consequence. People still support this crazy shit and want to see him go harder. Being voted out is obviously a political consequence. That's a pretty significant political consequence. His base all loves him for everything except for the tariffs. Who cares? That's his base. Of course they love him. How do you think you're going to change his base? I don't really... I don't know if that should be a goal. I don't know if you can fix those people. The goal should just be to win more elections, right?
Able to win the election doing it.
This is
No, he's an elected piece of shit. He won the election.
What about
We're not arguing about. No, it's not whataboutism. It's this happened. Okay, you're saying that you'll never win an election doing this. Didn't Trump win 2 elections? If you ask him 3 elections doing this, wasn't his chance in the first election lock her up?
Ran a senile 90-year-old person with his brain leaking out of his fucking ears who couldn't do a debate.
That ran against him in 2016 when he was saying lock her up. We're coming for lock her up.
Wait. What's the point that you're trying to make? If you're trying to make the point that
telling me that if you're acting,
yes.
You're saying that if you act vindictive and evil, no one's going to want to vote for you. Trump ran on vindictiveness.
How do you explain the moderate win?
This is such an incomplete analysis of the impact of Trump's rhetoric. We're isolating 2016 and 2020. I mean, 2016 was a much more decisive victory in the House. He had like a, what did he have? Like a, Vishy, what was the House majority in 2017? He had like a 35 or 40 seat majority or something. He had like a 3-seat majority in the Senate. And then what happened? Years of losing. They had, they did not do well in the immediate years, in the special elections, and then in the midterms they got blown out. 2020, he became the first one-term president since George H.W. Bush lost in 92. They did pick up a few seats in the House in 2020. That wasn't ideal, but we won how many seats in the Senate and won control of the Senate? Greatly limited losses in the midterm elections. I need Laksha. I need him on speed dial to talk about how Donald Trump has hurt the Republican Party electorally. 2022 is really the best example, I think, of this. It's the year that the Democrats, I think, really kicked off the Pied Piper strategy. The Democrats were putting money into Republican primaries to elevate the crazier candidates. And a lot of people criticized the Democrats for doing that at the time because they said it was too risky. But boy, did that play out well. It worked. It actually worked. Because of that strategy, and because Donald Trump kept elevating the craziest candidates over the more politically sound candidates, like the Republicans lost so many winnable races in 2022. That was Donald Trump's fault. I don't think we should. I think it's so narrow to evaluate the strength of Trump just based on 2016, him winning in 2016 and 2024. There's so many other races that happen in this country that are so consequential. Why would we limit it to just his individual races that he won in 2016 and 2024? You could very easily make a strong argument that the Republicans would have been way more successful electorally in the last 10 years of Trump if Trump wasn't the guy, if he had never entered the race to begin with. Old Scotty with $5. You're discussing policy, whereas the demand is for punishment for criminal corruption. I'm not opposed to punishment for criminal corruption. Mr. Feeney, is that a reference to fucking Boy Meets World? With $5, people think you're against accountability because you got stuck arguing against the president should lead it point and everyone got confused. Not my problem. I was so clear about my 2 conditions. The first condition, if you're going to do some kind of mass accountability project, some kind of series of criminal investigations, potentially prosecutions for Trump and people in his orbit, which I don't really know how you can do that at the federal level if he does pre-pardons. But if you're going to do that, if you want to do that, the president should focus on policy, legislation, running the executive. They should not be the figurehead. They should not be involved in that kind of way. And it should come from a special counsel. Those are my two conditions. Satisfy those two conditions, and I'm on board. I think it's on some of you guys to explain to me why the president has to be the figurehead. Why is that necessary to this hypothetical Nuremberg 2.0? I don't think you can give me an answer to that that makes any sense. Ted Wee Lorg, I'm going to time you out, bro. Who said that? I'm being gaslit. Usually it's Twitch that gaslights me. Twitch, now I need you guys to be the nourishing partner. Because YouTube is gaslighting me. This always happens whenever I fucking react to Destiny content. I'm just going to say it. YouTube starts gaslighting me. I asked chat. I asked you guys. I asked the question. Or I don't know if I asked the question, but I gave my two conditions. And the first condition is that it shouldn't come from the president. And I got a ton of pushback in YouTube chat specifically. I got a ton of pushback. Because if that's the hang up here, what are we even arguing about? Then we agree. If you're fine with my condition that it shouldn't come from the president, then what are we debating? Then we don't disagree. You're fighting phantoms. We have the same position then.
Winning in 2020 if everybody is like, so hungry for vindictiveness.
COVID probably had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, COVID probably did have a lot to do with it.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not done yet. Thank you. You know what had a lot to do with 2024 Trump's win?
Your mom?
You said we might martyr MAGA by prosecuting. No, what I said is you might forget, there's too much alliteration here. You might martyr MAGA by doing it thoughtlessly. If you just get in there and you start acting like the populist lefties who just always want to fight, charging at people just like 110%. That's all they do is just like they take a hammer to everything. You have to insulate those kind of investigations from political complications. And the way you do that is by satisfying my two conditions. Can't come from the president, have to do a special counsel. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's it. If you are okay with my two conditions, we agree. Go nuts. Hold them accountable.
Democratic incompetence. Democrats seem uniquely capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Why the fuck are we talking about the general when we should be talking about the primary? Trump won the Republican majority.
Okay, Trump won. He did. Okay, in the initial primary.
Wait, hold on.
You know what had a lot to do with 2024 Trump's win?
Your mom?
Democratic incompetence. Democrats seem uniquely capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Why the fuck are we talking about the general when we should be talking about the primary? Trump won the Republican majority.
Okay, Trump won. He did. Okay, in the initial primary, 16-1. Okay, like the original primary. In the original,
no, I was saying in 2020,
he won a plurality because all the moderates wouldn't fucking drop out.
No, Trump was the most popular candidate to emerge from the primary.
No, he said by a plurality, but is that even true? I thought Trump had a fucking majority. I thought he won an outright majority in 2016. Did he not? Did Trump win a majority or a plurality of Republican primary votes in 2016? I thought it was a outright majority, like a bare majority. I thought he like dominated, didn't he? Oh no, it was a plurality. Oh, it was close to a majority. In 2016, he won 44.9% of primary votes. But if the moderates had all dropped out, Trump would have won that regardless, because he had such a commanding lead. Some of those voters would have gone to Trump, and yeah. Montero with $5. Hey Hutch, did you see BBC is being accused of doctoring Trump's January 6th speech and saying he didn't incite? I did see that, yeah, and I think he's talking about suing BBC. I don't know if he did it yet.
End of the cycle, but I guarantee you that there was like probably 80% of the way through, 90% of the way through, he was still sitting at 30.
ASOS, Trump received about 45% of total Republican primary vote nationwide, the largest raw vote total in GOP primary history. Jesus.
7 or 39%. And
there's no guarantee that if Cruz or Rubio drop out.
Fast forward to the part where Whick has random people join the panel. Kafka explains how this could be done legally and constitutionally. I do want to kind of see where this, maybe we can break up this reaction a little bit today, a little bit on Sunday or Friday.
If the Republicans,
but I do, they're kind of getting to the meat and potatoes of the conversation here. I'm going to try not to get stun locked and listen to this for a little bit.
Republicans did to Donald Trump what the Democrats did to Bernie Sanders, we wouldn't have this problem. But at the same time, they didn't, and we can't cry.
Hold on. Now, I think Trump was way more popular with Republican voters than Bernie was with Democratic voters.
Hold on. You're making your argument for us because all you're pointing to is that you don't actually need broad political support in order to push a candidate through.
Well, I have no idea what that has to do with anything I've said.
You owned him. Mogged.
I'm not being sarcastic. I feel like
I don't. So,
I want to give it. Hold on. I have a question. Then I want to give it to Prime. My question though is, if Staxiums and Destiny, you both acknowledge that this would be politically unviable, like there would be no political will for this. This would be very unpopular. It just wouldn't be an electoral winner. Why would you think that advocating for this publicly would make it more likely that you are going to win in the future if you've already acknowledged that this is politically?
Did Destiny explode yet? Not yet. I don't know when that happens, but
Cancerous of a position. Why the hell would you ever take this position publicly?
Because you got to fight for the things that you believe in to move the public in that direction, like our fucking God Emperor Gavin Newsom did with Prop 50. What a king.
Hell fucking yeah.
See,
what drove Prop 50 was Texas.
Seriously, but not literally.
And Republicans. But anyway, go ahead.
What was a response to Republican?
Yes, it was. Yes, exactly. It was a response to Republican overreach. Right. And so when
Republican lawlessness,
when the Republicans point to things saying, Democrats, public Democratic influencers want to bar all of their opposing, all Republicans from office, right? They're going to use that to justify people doing some pretty crazy shit on their side. And
like what? Like the president of the United States coming out and saying some congressman should be executed? Like that kind of crazy shit?
Do you think it can't get worse?
Yeah, but I don't know how often. But I mean, like, hold on, it can.
That's a great question.
Always get worse. That's the reason why you take dramatic corrective action right now.
Okay, right now, if we're not able to impeach Donald Trump based off of what he's saying right now, what makes you think like, okay, so you made the point that you're arguing to move people more in your direction. Okay, what I'm saying is not only are you wasting your political capital now, and you're probably making discourse worse now, but the jumping over the bar would be trying to impeach Donald Trump now, and we're nowhere fucking near that.
You know what I think gets lost in these discussions, and it's come up in the past? The framing gets to be that. So like when Whick just asked a moment ago, do you not think that it can get worse? I think that the framing is a big problem in these conversations. As we talk about like political considerations, is this politically viable? We have hypothetical discussions about you could make a martyr out of Trump. And Destiny seems to always come back with, well, like look at where Trump is already. He's like, calling for people to be executed and like, hold on, let me figure out how to say what I want to say right now. American politics are, when we're talking about a national race like, or in particular like national races, they are a fight for the political center. So when people say, well, Trump's base already love him and he's doing all this crazy shit and they still love him for that. And they'll use that line as a way to dismiss the idea that there's like Trump is paying politically and the Republican Party are paying politically for hitching their wagon to Trump. The reason why they're paying for it is because American politics are a fight for the center. It doesn't really matter in terms of the discussion. It doesn't really have a lot of relevance that Trump's base love him for the stuff that he's doing. You say, well, Donald Trump is losing. Like, look what he's doing. He's sending ICE into neighborhoods and he's breaking the law and he's doing tariffs and he's doing all this crazy shit. And he's so corrupt and his base still loves him for it. Great. Who cares? I don't understand why that matters. The Republican base is not, or Trump's base more specifically, are not numerous enough to survive the political consequences of what Trump is doing. The more kind of malleable center, I don't know what the exact number is. It's not incredibly large amount of people. It's like around 10-15% of people that are, like genuine swing voters, like people that can be persuaded away from Donald Trump. Those people are moving massively away. Emergency in DC. What's up? National Guard shot outside the White House. Two U.S. National Guard soldiers were shot on Wednesday near the White House, and their conditions aren't immediately known, according to law enforcement official not authorized to discuss the matter publicly, who spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. The incident happened near the Farragut metro station and comes amid a controversial deployment of troops to U.S. Capital City ordered by the Trump administration. Emergency vehicles were seen responding to the area. I'm not seeing a ton of coverage of this incident just yet. Why would you?
You wouldn't want to be a fluffer or anything like that? It's like your job.
Isn't that for like your bowls and stuff?
No,
like,
females have fluffers too.
So it's a male and female?
You get them good to go. Yeah.
Just like brush them off?
Because the clitori can actually be like enlarged, like a little female bone.
So would you want to be in the porn or do you want to be a fluffer?
It peeks out like a man in a little boat,
Why would
it's
you?
hiding
Like a little turtle?
bit, like a wizard.
Bottle of lube, but they're good.
Like a wizard sleeve.
If you're a fluffer, you're jerking dong. That's what I say.
They have female fluffers. I've seen.
I thought it was only dudes.
Behind the scenes porn.
Yeah.
What?
What do they?
Dudes get up there and just.
It's kind of.
Get them going.
Put a little shine on it.
Preheat the oven a little bit. I think that would be an awesome job.
Fluffing or starring?
I don't know about starring, because like if you lose your boner, because like there's 10 people watching, I feel like that would be emotionally crushing to me.
I can't even.
That can be hard.
Or not.
Yeah. I just
Where did you find
my
this?
Dick to a tongue depressor. Throw down.
What is a tongue depressor?
Oh, or like wire cleaner. Or any kind of small board.
So you're fucking them with like a, what if they get?
What are we doing?
Like an erector.
Guys, the tangent is so long.
Lincoln logs.
No, that's not good.
Pleasure and pain. It's a fuzzy line, man.
Jesus.
It's been 84 years.
There are Twitter pictures with the guy's brains on the ground. That's not good. National Guard was shot near the White House on Wednesday afternoon. A scrum of other law enforcement officers were seen gathered in front of the entrance to the Club Quarters Hotel at the corner of 17th and I Streets. Dozens of emergency responders and police vehicles were amassed at the corner of the shooting. DC Police Department critical incident. MPD is on the scene of a shooting. Please avoid the area. Scene is secured. One suspect is in custody. Well, that's not good. I'm seeing multiple people have been shot, posted by Caitlin Collins from 7 minutes ago. Several people were shot in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday, including at least one member of the U.S. National Guard. The shooting occurred in downtown Washington, D.C. near the White House. D.C. Metropolitan Police said on X that they're... Okay. The reporting right now is pretty limited, but I don't know. Apparently there's some really graphic imagery on Twitter right now. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll wait for more information.
We're not even close, so I don't even know what
we can't impeach him now. But my strategy would have all those
martial law incoming. I have no idea what the response to this is going to be.
Republicans that are unwilling to impeach him, they wouldn't even be in office in the future. So
go ahead, Prime Card.
Yeah,
I knew you wanted.
I keep trying to wrap around my...
But I mean, obviously, we don't know anything about the shooting right now. Like, we know absolutely nothing. We have no idea if it's politically motivated. We just lack critical information, and so we'll wait for more of that.
My head around this fact that effectively you're not trying to eliminate the voter base, if I heard you correct. You're not necessarily trying to eliminate the Republican Party. You're trying to, through effectively, in my opinion, trumping up charges of insurrection for anybody supportive of the Trump administration. You're trying to disallow 25% of the representatives of the United States from office.
Based.
So, okay. One, what about first-term Trump supporters, right? It's 2016.
They changed their mind? Oh, then they're good now. They changed their mind between Trump and
okay. So now we've changed their minds. Okay, great. I'm glad we have that. I guess
what if they change their mind in 20?
Far lefty and conservative tiers with $5. Do you, Pisco or Josiah, regret burning the Destiny Bridge now that his cases seem to soon be dismissed? One, he was a strong ally, now opposed. I need people to just be normal human beings. I need people to just be normal human beings. For Christ's sakes. It doesn't have to be this way. We can just choose to be just like normal human beings. What I am not interested in, because we've been stun locked enough this chat already, I am not going to go down a rabbit hole discussing this issue. I think there will be a time in the future, like a dedicated time, to go into some more details. But to answer your question, I do not regret like putting space between myself and I can just speak for me. I do not regret putting space between myself and Destiny. But you don't. There doesn't need to be this extra layer of. No, hang on. I said I wasn't going to get stun locked. Well, that conversation can happen at another time. We're not doing that right now.
2027. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It's too late. Okay.
When's the cutoff date? Right? Was it? And I'm honestly asking this.
Cutoff date?
Hey,
cutoff date was January 20th when Biden came into office.
When Biden came into office. Okay.
It was January 7th, 2021 or 2021.
Okay, right. So I guess.
Hutch, I'd really like you to clarify, are you okay with the presidential candidate proposing the special prosecutor plan during the 2028 campaign trail? No, I don't think that the next Democratic president, I mean, first of all, like, forget about the ethics. I don't think that's politically smart. I don't think that that is, actually, it really depends on how the next 3 years play out. So to answer your question, I'll withhold judgment. Like, because it's possible that Donald Trump, like, really, I mean, not that he hasn't already lost his mind, but it's possible that it blows up 1,000 times worse than it is right now. And at that point, we're in completely new territory, and I might have a different answer. So I'm going to give you a cop-out answer and say that it really just depends.
You have to look at your hands and see the blood on them.
So I have... Okay, I have a problem with what Destiny is proposing, right? And I'm guessing there's a lot of room for agreement for whatever Staxium is proposing.
Yeah, I mean,
okay?
Look.
So, hold on, 1 second. No worries. So my issue with what Steven is saying is that there's no exit ramp, right? Like, this sounds to me like purging the Ba'athist Party, right? And there won't be any repercussions from that, right? We'll just get rid of them. But these people don't go away, right? And in fact,
this is all obviously just an intellectual exercise because none of this is rooted in any kind of realistic framework. This is all just like theory. We're having a conversation. Should there be Nuremberg 2.0? I don't even know if we have the mechanism to enforce something like that. Is there a legal framework for Nuremberg 2.0 for the Trump administration? Probably not. Not in the way that they're talking about here. It's all just about, like, theoretically, would it be better to do Nuremberg 2.0? But the whole conversation is just about, like, would it be better to do that were that an actual feasible option? But it's not going to happen. So it's all just theory, right?
Them and their supporters are well armed. 1 second. So what we're saying is that we're going to take a maximalist position, not just against the ringleaders, which I can agree with. Like, I believe that I imagine that Stackson's position, right? Hey, let's have an accountability for the people who are in charge, right? But everyone down the rung, right, in terms of elected office, right? But yes, you aren't talking about arresting Republican voters, true, right? But Republican voters are going to take it as a defense, as this is everything that they've always feared, right? That the Democrats are finally coming for them, and now we have to take action, right? That is like the clearest clarion call for violence I've ever seen.
Okay, then we go to that stage if that's what they want, if that's how they feel.
Okay,
dude, that's so fucking dumb. Like 9.9 times out of 10, liberals would lose a civil war. That's like the fucking stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Not me with my fucking Anaconda Colt 44, motherfuckers. I'm showing up. It's gonna take me a little bit longer to reload and fire off successive shots, but I'll just,
Okay, what? Seriously? Okay, so a quarter of the population gets disbarred because we're still in the political toxicity. Or a quarter of the representatives get disbarred. They use that as a clarion call in order to rally the troops, saying, left-wing authoritarianism has finally come to America. Obama is, in the Jade Helm bunker about to launch nukes and 5G internet and all that bullshit. They get hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers to walk.
I saw about the National Guard's members. We're keeping an eye on that.
On Congress, and then boom, we're in an actual shooting civil war. You think liberals win that? What the fuck are we talking about?
We have all like the gang committing people with the pistols, and aren't Republicans like fat and dying and they're larger targets anyway?
They're not particularly good shooters. Sorry to the blacks.
Well,
What are we doing here? Am I getting TOS here? What
Excuse
is
me.
this?
All of our trans Tifa, trans furry people seem to be quite adept shooters. If I recall recent history correctly.
Oh my god. Do I need to fast forward this part?
0.6% of the population. So what? You're gonna have trans Tifa snipers.
Can I just?
I'm
I'll say one last thing about still these sex in the comments, right? I just and I apologize because I keep interrupting you, but like, Destiny, my problem is like there is no path within your framework that you're presenting for reintegration, because that's how you actually heal a divided society, right?
Yeah, we thought that after Reconstruction, and I think it was a mistake. The idea that we need to massively, like Germany didn't do that, and I think they've had a much better run with their Nazi issue than we've had with our.
The need for some kind of reconstruction was a lot more intense after the Civil War than it is right now. Like things are bad right now, but it's not a hot Civil War, right? Ace with $10. A huge problem I have with lefty dialogue online is incessant quibbling over theory. The actual cause is moved forward 0%, and all it does is make debate bros feel like they have huge e-peens. I don't know if that's necessarily just limited to the left. I mean, you see all kinds of insane theoretical debates happening in right-wing spaces right now. Like, should women have rights is like a normal debate topic in the red pill space,
our, racial xenophobic issue. I think there is a reason why you need to have an accurate accounting process for what's happened. And the idea that everybody's allowed to come back scot-free. There's a reason why you don't run any type of disciplinary action program like this.
I'm not disagreeing with an accounting process, right? That actually should happen. If that's what you're talking about, great, right? But the way you're formatting this is that this accounting process means just a blanket accusation against anyone with an R on their name, right? That's the problem in terms of the elected officials, right? And they all support Trump.
Almost all of them. I mean, it sucks, but this is my country. It's kind of how it works. You should support fascism.
I know. Hold on. I get the moral outrage. I'm morally outraged against those people, right? But I'm talking about a practical and a practical sense, right? That the way to actually heal this country would be that.
Like, I'm curious, and this is a question for both chats, right? For everybody. I do read both chats, by the way. I saw some accusations otherwise. What do you guys think is the most likely way that the country moves away from MAGA? Or I don't know if there's a better way for me to phrase that. What do you think is the most likely way that MAGA fails as a political movement? Jacob, doing nothing? Consequences, accountability. These are very broad. There are legal consequences. There are political consequences. There's legal accountability and political accountability, right? The same way you handle a street gang. Wait, how do you handle a street gang? I don't even know. Throw them in jail, or do you fight them, or what do you do? Your question is incredibly broad, to be fair. Well, isn't the point of this debate about making sure that something like Trump never happens again? I thought that was like the crux of the conversation. Nick with $5, I used to argue that online debate was more than just political theater, but this fan fiction BS is making me self-reflect. I mean, this whole conversation just feels like memes. We have to sort of read between the lines to understand what the conversation is actually about. Because I don't think it's literally about, should we do Nuremberg 2.0? How did appeasement work before, huh? So, like, what in your mind, what would be appeasement? What would be the option that looks like appeasement? There should be legal consequences. What if in terms of like legal consequences, there are very limited options because of the presidential pardon? I mean, that is something that you have to contend with. And I don't know if there are any easy answers to that. How do you force legal accountability if the president can just pardon everybody in the cabinet? Like, what do you... There's state charges? Sure, yeah. But what would those charges... I don't even know what those charges would be. You had state charges in Georgia, yeah. And in New York. Those were state charges. A constitutional amendment. That would be the most ideal situation there. You would have to constitutionally enshrine a binding, legal code of conduct. I'm not sure. The only way we could get rid of the immunity decision is by amending the Constitution, right? Them not being able to run for public office is a good bar. I'm just not sure if that's an attainable bar. That doesn't seem like, in terms of practical solutions, how wouldn't it be? How would you... Are you taking Destiny's position in terms of like making sure that every elected Republican can never run for Congress again? Or run for office again? Is that what we're talking about? How is that attainable? How is that attainable? It's literally in the Constitution. Well, it's unattainable in the same way that like a constitutional amendment to repeal the Second Amendment is not practical. Like, sure, it's possible, but there really is that. Does anybody think that's going to happen? It's in the Constitution. We did it after the Civil War. You're talking about using the constitutional amendment about insurrections. Is that what you mean? Well, what does it look like, you guys? What are you talking about specifically? Get into specifics here. Are you talking about a more targeted thing against like Trump cabinet officials? Or are you talking about trying to establish that every elected Republican in the country can be charged with insurrection? Or can be deemed to have done an insurrection and thus blocked from public office? Are we really saying that that is practical? The convo Destiny had with Connor the next day was more serious and far less memey. Okay, maybe we'll make some... I mean, I would love to hear the serious conversation. It's only for the oath takers. Context for all of this conversation is that there is no way to create rules and laws to contain an actor that doesn't value rules and laws. That seems a bit absolute to me. Even with Trump's lawlessness during his second term, he's still been constrained by the system. I'm curious, forgive me if you've already mentioned this, but what punishment do you see as appropriate? Hold on. For the level of lawlessness we've seen so far? I really don't have like a legal rationale. I would have to ask like Pisco about like the various laws that he thinks the Trump administration have been breaking. But unfortunately, I think he's shielded by the presidency and the immunity decision to a very large degree. And so I don't really know what's possible in that kind of sense. Going away from MAGA wouldn't be good enough for most of these chatters, and definitely not Destiny. They want a single party state. I guarantee you ask them pick one rep and they would like as president, and they couldn't pick one. Republican? Oh, I don't know, maybe. We could use SEAL Team 6, for example. Talk about practical. Trump coin has a $2 billion market cap, and you're talking about constraints, Hutch. What a joke. I don't know why you're getting saucy. Are you disputing the fact that Donald Trump has been constrained by the system? Are you really not imagining the various ways that he's been constrained by the system? Like, he can't just will a like legislation into existence. He still needs Congress for that. He couldn't stop them from voting to release the Epstein files. He couldn't pressure the Republicans in the Senate to get rid of the filibuster. Like, he has obviously, the courts have checked him a number of times. Like, obviously he's been somewhat constrained by the system, right?
We do that accounting, right? Especially at the top layer, right? We prosecute a Trump figure.
Yeah, he tried to like... I have no doubt that Donald Trump thinks that he should just have the authority to just say, like, Brad Pitt and Fury, like, shoot that guy. Or in the case of Comey and Letitia James, I have no doubt in my mind that his authoritarian impulses make him believe that he should have the authority to just be like, throw that person in jail. But obviously there are limitations there. He's been barely constrained. I just think this is such a flawed way of looking at it. If he was barely constrained, do you understand? Like, do you think that Donald Trump compares, like, literally in terms of what he wants to do and what he's able to do? Do you think he compares with Mussolini and Hitler? He's obviously nowhere close to that. That is a bit insane, right? They all started somewhere. That's true. That's true. That's certainly true.
Or Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth, right? We go after those individuals. But for the rest, all right, and maybe some other people a little further down. But for the rest, you have to give them a way to get on board, right? To understand, okay, this was bad, right? I apologize. I admit my mistakes, but I don't necessarily have to go to prison for that, right? And that invites
well, I'm not talking about prison, to be clear. I'm just talking about people being disbarred from running for office again. If you have a different set of consequences, you can be some. Maybe I agree with them. I don't know.
I have a historical question, just because we're talking about Nuremberg. I do know that there were only like 150 officials that were charged. If you were just like a Nazi soldier, were you barred from running for office?
I believe so. I believe anyone who was involved in the regime.
Okay.
Well, don't ask Grok. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't ask Grok. Yeah.
I could be wrong though. So, but
yeah,
I believe that everyone involved in the regime.
I think the one thing that is. Like, I definitely agree with
until they recanted
pretty severe
and
accounting.
There's a process.
I definitely agree with a pretty severe accounting process, but I definitely disagree with Connor, where he's specifically saying that, like, if this occurs, we're going to have like a civil war on our hands. I think this is such a cult of personality that the moment that Trump steps down, there's not going to be this sort of rallying cry that's centralized in any sort of way. But yeah, I definitely think that a blanket.
Wait a minute, would Trump? But would Trump will we even bother for trial with him? Because if all that Stephen is asking for, he can't run for office again. But he can't run for office again. Well, he's already done his 2 terms, right? He's not going to do a 3rd term.
You know, there's some ideas floated that he could be like House Speaker, and I don't know. They're coming up with some kind of machinations to try to extend his political life, but I don't think any of it is serious.
Why even bother for trial for Trump?
It feels like you just don't think that anything Trump has done is bad. Do you not think that there should be consequences? I don't really understand where that's coming from. Yeah, so we're paying attention to the National Guard thing in DC. I'm waiting for more updates on that. I'm not seeing a lot of reporting on that. There's surprisingly little discussion happening right now about the National Guardsman that was shot. Like, I open up my Twitter feed and, you know, I follow a lot of political people, and there's just not a lot of people talking about it right now. On a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible of a person leader could you rate Hitler, Trump, and Obama? So, like, if Hitler is literally 1, I don't even. That's an interesting question. If Hitler is literally 1, and Obama was 10, I'm not saying Obama was 10, but like, I guess I would put Trump at like, because you would have to have. There has to be a spectrum of bad. And if Hitler's literally 1, and let's say Obama was like a 7 or an 8, then Trump would have to be like a 3 or a 2. But what's the criteria here in terms of the total destruction that has been done? Then you would do that. But in terms of like competency, or just like Trump is a 1, right? But if you can't put him literally in the same camp as like Hitler, right? Like, there would have to be some kind of way to distinguish that Hitler was uniquely terrible in the scope of human history. What do you think the repercussions for Trump leading politicians or elected officials under the Trump admin should be? in a just world, then I of course I agree that Donald Trump would have been deemed to have participated in a attempted insurrection and prevented from ever running for office ever again. In a just world, Donald Trump would have been convicted in the Senate for the second impeachment. McConnell would have demonstrated real leadership in that moment and actually, whipped the votes on the Republican side to get that done. I do think he could have influenced the outcome in that way. So yeah, obviously that would have been ideal, but I don't really think in those terms. Before we talk about what I think should happen, I prefer to focus on what can happen. Like what are realistic consequences? What's a realistic way to get to accountability after Trump 2.0 is done? New York Times has live updates and Trump made a statement. Yeah, hold on. Is it 4 people that were shot? Hold on. Local police had cordoned off several blocks of the surrounding area as emergency workers tended to the apparent victim, who was loaded into an ambulance with his mouth and nose covered in blood. Oh my God, why would you do... All right, I'm turning off Tangia. What the fuck? What is wrong with you guys? Don't laugh. What are you doing? Ay, ay, ay. This is not... Jesus Christ, man. Tangia might have to go. It might have to go. Not that I don't appreciate, the extra, $32 a month or whatever, but we need to rein it in. That's what we need. We need accountability for Tangia users. We need a Truth and Reconciliation Committee for Tangia users. And we need to pass some serious reforms reining in the power of Tangia. The identity and condition of the guard members were not immediately known. Caroline Levitt, is that how you say her name? The White House press secretary said that officials were aware and actively monitoring this tragic situation. The president has been briefed. President Trump is in Florida for Thanksgiving holiday. Secretary Noem said in a statement posted to social media that her department was working with local law enforcement to gather more information. President Trump, who's in Palm Beach, Florida for the Thanksgiving holiday, just posted on social media about the shooting in Washington. The animal that shot the 2 National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded and now in 2 separate hospitals, is severely wounded, but regardless will pay a very steep price. God bless our... Hold on. Okay, so the guy who shot the National Guard is, according to Trump, critically wounded or severely wounded, both. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement. They're truly great people. I, as President of the United States, and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, am with you. Evidence markers could be seen in a large cordoned off area around Farragut West Metro Station, located at the corner of 17th Street. That's what it looks like. I'm guessing these are shell casings, or... And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That says 19 here. That could be a lot of shots that were fired off. Tim Moyer, 48, was headed up K Street to a shop when he heard 5 shots ring out. He said, "I knew right away it was shooting. I live in Albany, Georgia." And we hear that all the time. Moye said he was in town for Thanksgiving visiting his son who works in the White House. I just saw a bunch of people start running as soon as the shots came. One suspect is in custody. Witness said they heard five shots. Yeah. Excuse me. Starting to lose my voice a little bit. National Guard members were from West Virginia National Guard. I think, yeah, that's all that is up to date on New York Times right now.
Well, Trump would be charged with different things. His entire family's wealth would be expropriated from him and given to the United States of America. All of his family would be stripped of all their businesses, all their assets, and then they can go rebuild their shit in Russia or wherever the fuck. They can do it in the United States of America, but every single thing would be taken from that family, 100%.
Listen, I don't even think this is a real conversation. I think what's going.
It's not. This is a conversation about what would happen in a just world versus what is a course of action that is actually feasible, possible, practical, realistic.
Going on is Stephen, similar to Newsom, is plotting out an extreme position, and then he's watching Prime and Staxiums, who are trying to steelman his position, sprinting over to him, being like, "Daddy Stephen, can we do Nuremberg, but maybe not as extreme as what you're talking about? Can we just, like, instead of incarcerating them and disappropriating them of property, could we just, like, maybe bar them from office? Okay, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that." No, fuck your extreme position. Your extreme position is bullshit. Staxium and Prime Kai is trying to find a sensible, like, version of your thing. It's a waste of time and energy. And this is part of what I'm saying is, like, all you're really doing is, because I have, like, a few MAGA people in my chat, all you're doing is the MAGA people are like, "Oh, this is who we knew. We knew Stephen was like this the whole time. We knew that he was a left-wing authoritarian communist dick sucker who was gunning for us." Like, dude, that all you're doing is you're giving red meat to the people that already hate you. That's all you've done.
I don't know how not to give red meat to those people, though.
You can't, because it's a trap they've said that Connor keeps falling into over and over again. It's where somebody's beating the shit out of you over and over and over again, and you go, "I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy." And then as soon as he's back, he's like, "Look, see, I told you." And then all the other people around are like, "Wow, you're playing right into that dude's rhetoric. I noticed." So when you hit him back, like, you're playing right into that guy's rhetoric.
Speaking the truth is never a trap, okay?
I agree that it doesn't, I mean, I'll just reaffirm. It doesn't really matter what MAGA says because it's not about them. If you're talking about some kind of mass accountability action, then you're probably going to need the support of, like, most of the people that are in the center. So again, it doesn't really matter. Like, MAGA people, they're going to claim that Democrats are crazy violent communists no matter what. Who cares? We already know that that's what they're going to say. But.
And by the way, like, the reason why MAGA is being hoisted by its own petard is because it's done what you did, but it's painted itself into a corner. Okay, it has taken the base and shaken them by the shoulders for decades, that you've mentioned as well. Rush Limbaugh is arguably the beginning of this. And they've taken them by the shoulders and they've shaken and screamed in their face. The elites are all pedophiles. They're all monsters. You're being...
So the world isn't fair, but how doesn't this just slowly pull us towards Trump 3.0? I gotta say, guys, the odds of Trump 3.0 are very low. Like, very low. I think we're going to have midterm elections in 2026. I think we're going to have presidential elections in 2028. I think that Donald Trump's name is not going to be on the ballot in 2028. And then we're just going to enter the post-Trump era of politics. Not in the sense that he's going to totally shrink away or try to give up his influence or position as a potential kingmaker within the party, but we have about 3 years left in his term, and that is going to be the end of the Donald Trump presidency. Hey, Raider with 17 months. Thank you so much. There's lots of legislation that should happen post-Trump. Expansion of the Supreme Court. reform pardon power. So with that, you can't actually do that through legislation. You need a constitutional amendment. Term limits, that's another thing that can't come from legislation. That would have to come from an amendment. I'm pretty sure it's the Constitution that sets the term for the House representatives at 2 years and 6 years for the Senate, right? So you would have to amend the Constitution there. And anti-corruption laws. You can expand the Supreme Court. Congress does have the authority to over the judiciary in that way. And you can do anti-corruption laws. And you should do those things. Yeah, I go back and forth on expanding the court. I don't know what the right answer is. I lean towards yes, but not a perfect solution by any stretch. And you do, I think, get at the problem in a better way by reforming the Supreme Court, by implementing term limits and establishing an enforceable binding code of ethics. Though, if you can do those things, then you're addressing the problem in a much more permanent way than just like stacking the court. But I mean, I don't know what to do about a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court that we're probably all going to be living with for at least another 20 to 30 years. Like, I don't even, maybe it gets to the point because this Supreme Court is not very popular. I mean, people are very dissatisfied with the Supreme Court. And so maybe the appetite for expanding the court grows, but right now we don't have nearly the kind of appetite for expanding the court that would produce legislation. Even though people are upset with this Supreme Court and they don't approve of the Supreme Court, expanding the court is still pretty significantly unpopular. So I don't even really understand necessarily the point of discussing that at this point. The answer is to expand it so that one justice oversees one circuit of appeals. How many circuits of appeals are there? Are there like 13 or something? I don't even know. Did you see the suspect when you were looking on Twitter? I missed you saying it. No. Is there a picture of the suspect? Is there 13? Weebleman says, but we have to do all this without upsetting MAGA. Otherwise, we shouldn't do it because it hurts Dems politically, yeah? I'm about ready to start banning people. I don't care if things upset MAGA. Neither should you. It doesn't matter. It's a naked dude on a stretcher. Wait, what? Is this dude literally naked? Am I looking at his wiener right now? Let me take my glasses off so you can't see anything in the reflection. Yep, that is a naked guy. Why the fuck is he naked? Is he naked to address the wounds? Like, I don't even see any wound. There's a naked man on a stretcher. Is he naked? Yes? I don't know. Maybe he's got underwear on? I really don't know. That's a bit odd. Okay. You can't be mad that you're not threading the needle of your two takes. You even said you weren't sure if a 2028 candidate should call for your process because of electoralism. No, I don't think I was vague about that. I said very specifically that the 2028 candidate should not run on Nuremberg 2.0. And I don't even care about the ethics. I'm saying politically, that's not going to be very smart. In 2028, what's very likely going to motivate voters is like affordability shit, just like standard issue political calculations. But I also said that a lot can change. Like if Donald Trump like literally sends SEAL Team 6 to murder Barack Obama, then we're in completely different landscape. And so I'll have a different answer then, I assume.
Run by the globalists, the international globalist, post-racial, progressive, communist, Leninist, whatever things. They're all going to kill you. And what's happened is they've radicalized their base to the point that now, yes, they have power, but now they're turning into the leopards eating faces party. Well, at least the leopard is not going to eat my own face. Donald Trump was forced to, against his will, release the Epstein files because his own party turned against him in reference to it.
Yep.
So once again, you're trying to charge.
I don't understand what argument you're trying.
We got temporary power.
I don't know what argument.
I don't know what argument. I think Connor is making the argument that I'm frankly making, which is there's a problem with this conversation. There's a problem because there seem to be these established premises that are just not accurate. And one of these premises is this idea that Donald Trump is just like this unstoppable force right now. And it's just not true. Dawes Vidani with $10. If people want those things, they need to organize and convince voters to support them. Just expecting politicians to adopt unpopular positions because you think it's right won't happen. Yeah, I agree. There can be a grassroots campaign to, form a political action committee or form an advocacy group, and the entire purpose of your advocacy is to pressure politicians to hold Trump accountable. Like, you can do that. You don't need politicians for that. You can start doing that tomorrow if you want.
What argument are you trying to make here right now? I don't know what argument you're trying to make.
The argument that I'm trying to make is that you are trying, for some reason, on the verge of Donald Trump being politically irrelevant within a year.
The National Guardsmen are dead. Oh boy, that's awful. I'm not seeing that reporting. Where are you seeing that? Grassroots Hegemon, boy, oh boy. Thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships. Breaking. It is with great sorrow we can confirm that both members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot earlier today in Washington, D.C. have passed away from their injuries. These brave West Virginians lost their lives in service of their country. We are in ongoing contact with federal officials as the investigation continues. Our entire state grieves with the families, their loved ones, and the Guard community. West Virginia will never forget their service or their sacrifice. We will demand full accountability for this horrific act. I want to be tactful about my thoughts there. What were they even doing in DC? What were they even doing there to begin with? I mean, obviously all responsibility is on this deranged lunatic who, this is not like political violence becoming more and more common is horrible. Hold on, let me backtrack. I have no idea if this is political violence. We don't know. I'm accepting that premise. I don't know why I did that. This could literally just be a crazy person. We have no idea. We will wait for more information.
You're arguing that you should adopt and mirror Trump's rhetoric and political positions. It's fucking stupid as shit.
Because the issue you're running into is you're viewing Trump as a single moment, a single discrete moment in time.
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. We should spend our political capital on the things that cause...
Let Destiny finish, then you can respond. Go ahead.
Trump. Yeah, but Trump is also... One of the things that caused Trump is the fact that there is no accountability for conservative derangement. And there's never been accountability for conservative derangement, so they'll continue to be deranged. You keep saying that, we need to let people back. You don't want to prove them right. Prove them.
An unfortunate shortcoming of democracy is that sometimes voters make really stupid decisions. And I don't like their decision that they made in 2024, but that's the decision that they made. And I feel like this is a very heavy-handed way of like avoiding the possibility of voters making bad decisions. But at the end of the day, they made a really bad decision in 2024. And that just happens in democracy sometimes. And it's not tight and it's not great. Young one, thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Did you like Dem's decision to not hold a primary? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that would have been the difference maker. It's just, she had 107 days to campaign. And if we would have done a miniature primary, you could argue that it would have lended more legitimacy to her campaign. It would have muted that line of attack. I'm not convinced that would have been made the difference. I haven't really seen any polling to back that up. But there were no good options. Sidgemeister says the primary idea was stupid. I don't even think it was stupid, you know? Like, I think you could have done a miniature. I mean, the whole thing was extraordinary. The whole situation was extraordinary for a candidate to drop out a little over 3 months before the election was unprecedented, right? Or in that kind of way. Maybe there's a precedent for that. I really don't know, but either option was bad, because if you do a miniature primary, okay, now you only have 107 days, but now you're taking away like 30 days. Those are 30 days where you could be campaigning. You're up against Donald Trump, who has insane name recognition. Kamala, you know, voters didn't really know a lot about her. And so she was up against it, and she was up against the clock. And it's just like, I don't know. I think that was probably the best move. I think that was probably the best option, is just anointing her, because I think she would have won anyways. I think she would have won that primary anyways. And so, you know, yeah.
Them right about what? They say the exact same things that I say when they're talking to themselves, and then when they come to the liberals, they're like, oh, you guys can't do that because it would be horrible. And then they go and they do the horrible things. The difference is, for some reason, you believe them when they criticize the liberals, but you're not listening to them when they're giving strategy to their own political operatives.
Okay, so hold on. Let's say that you win this rhetorical game, okay? Is the remainder of American politics for the next 10 years until the entire republic collapses is effectively like a tit-for-tat race to the bottom between extreme lefties and extreme rightoids? Because effectively what I see
tit-for-tat is not a race. Don't ask me a question, then answer it. You can answer after. You asked me a question. No, you're about to answer the question.
I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Let him finish, and you can answer, Destiny, I promise.
What I see on the left,
now it's starting to pick up
right now, is I see like I've said, I've mentioned the 4 things that I think PF Young is right about that are causing people to crave political radicalism. And I see liberals in their desperation to go after Trump normalizing socialists and normalizing communists. And you are rhetorically paving the way through which they can use extremist rhetoric in order to seize power. Who's to say that the next Trump is going to be right wing? It could be some left wing fucking socialist degenerate piece of shit. So why the fuck would we make that path easier?
What was the question? I don't remember the question. What was the beginning part of this before you did this whole swear around and all this shit?
Why?
I think that's a good question from Connor. I didn't even think about that. If you want to encourage this kind of action, how can you be sure that the person that is elected running on that kind of a thing wouldn't just be an insane authoritarian lefty?
In 1 year, we're going to hit the midterms. It's probably going to be a Democrat sweep.
Oh, I remember. You were saying that I'm doing a race to the bottom. We've been racing to the bottom, led by the Republican Party. Saying that if you do fuck shit, there are going to be consequences. It's not a race for a bottom.
Fucked shit seems like a very, seems a little vague.
It's stopping the race to the bottom. Tit for tat is not a thing where you constantly go back and forth punching each other. It's where you avoid
crimes that they're not even guilty of.
I do. I think they've committed insurrection. I think you can make the argument for it.
No. Insurrection means that you're trying to interrupt a governmental process through like violence or whatever. The people who are MAGA who support Trump, they might support a person who engaged in insurrection, but they themselves are not insurrectionists.
Supporting an insurrectionist is engaging in insurrection.
They are not guilty.
supporting an insurrection is in and of itself definitionally engaging in insurrection. That's what it means. If you're supporting somebody in a rebellion,
the 14th Amendment. Go ahead and read me it.
Let's read the text. It says, or somebody who's aided the enemies thereof.
Aided the enemies thereof.
That has a very specific meaning.
If somebody legitimately believes in the MAGA bullshit, which I don't, by the way, but if they legitimately believe it, and they are supporting Donald Trump.
Section 3 says no person should be a senator, representative, blah, 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 blah. So the ending part of this is to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. It's the same thing. Whether you're supporting them or whether you're doing it yourself, it's considered the same.
Wait, does Prime get cooked on Gaza at the end of this debate? Okay, we'll definitely make some more time to finish this up on Friday. We're not going to be live for Thanksgiving, but Friday we'll finish this up. And apparently there's a better conversation between Destiny and Connor about
Donald Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection, and they're
but this is all just like memes, right?
There you go. That's the trial.
Boom. You're going to make it a crime and convict people of a crime for supporting someone who is the active president of of the United States, but also of the leader of their caucus. The leader of their
I'm
party.
sorry, do you believe that you should always unequivocally support the leader of your party just because he has the letter R or D next to his name?
Of course not. That's like pretty much.
Why did you just give that as an excuse then? Why is that your defense then? You're going to charge this guy? You think this guy's bad just because he supports his leader?
They believe in MAGA. They're dumb. They're
that's fine. And those people are enemies to my country. That's fine. There are people that are legitimate communists and legitimate fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would I care about what they think? I'm an American and I believe in the American Constitution. Why the fuck would I care about somebody who doesn't believe in the American Constitution? What a stupid fucking argument.
By saying that you are going to engage in the race to the bottom, I think you are paving the way.
It's not a race to the bottom. How is it a race to the bottom? It's holding people accountable for breaking the law and for encouraging and supporting.
By charging, sorry, did he say every elected Republican at every level? Can I get a rough estimate for that? Like, estimate how many elected Republican politicians exist in the US in total, including all state, local, and federal seats. Is that what we say? It would be, I'm going to guess. I don't even know. It would be, I don't even fucking know. Is it like 30,000? I have no idea. At least 3. We know that. At least 3. It would be tens of thousands, right? I mean, I didn't even know. I have no idea. Ooh, it's thinking. Chat is thinking long and hard on this one. Apologies for Raw's alert. Video of the initial apprehension. TOS still slight concern. Okay, let me take off my glasses so you don't see anything in the reflection. I can't see. My eyesight's getting so bad, guys. Okay, I'm looking at, it looks like 2 National Guardsmen, 1 civilian, 3 police officers that are working to restrain the guy. I think one of the National Guardsmen might have had blood on their face. There's more National Guardsmen that are, like, securing a perimeter. There's a police officer that runs up, 2 police officers that run up with long rifles or like AR type rifles. There's a bus stop with the glass blown out. I'm assuming that maybe there were some shots that went through that. Just restraining the guy, yeah. Like, you can't even really see the guy. It's just a heap of dudes. Just, you can see the guy's like arm or whatever that is. Grassroots hegemon with $20. In the course of this conversation, Destiny will advocate for arresting 1/3 of Americans, removing their voting rights, then advocates for arresting their voters. He wants 80 million people arrested. So he's talking about all elected officials. ChatGPT has been thinking for, like, this is the longest it has ever thought to answer a question. I asked it, estimate how many elected Republican politicians exist in the U.S. in total, including all state, local, and federal seats. And it's been thinking for like 2 minutes. I have no idea what kind of an estimate it's going to come up with. I think what he said was charge every elected Republican. I don't even know what he said. Is that what he said? Charge them with aiding an insurrection, and then you could prevent all of them from running for office. Captain Quasar, thank you so much for the redirect. Appreciate that. Oath takers. Holy fuck, comprehension is hard. Correct me if I'm wrong, but every elected politician has to take an oath, right? What politician is elected and they don't take an oath? 14th Amendment to prevent them from holding office. I am... Jesus Christ. It is actually hundreds of thousands. What the fuck? Did you guys expect that? State level, there's approximately, apparently, this is ChatGPT, so take it for a grain of salt. There's obviously, there's the Congress, there's like the federal, there's the Congress, is about 535. And then state level, there's approximately 5,400 state representatives, approximately 1,970 state senators, approximately 10,000 other statewide office holders, approximately 1,300 state boards. And it says at the local level, there's over 500,000 local elected officials. Connor tries to delineate this later, but he does say he would include voters. Okay. All right. Then we're memeing. Why are we having like serious debates in my chat when this is all memes? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Oh, so now you don't want to fucking hold Trump accountable? And it's all fucking memes. Like, what are we doing?
Supporting people who break the law.
But you have already said earlier in this conversation that you're effectively comfortable with fucking convicting these people of a crime that they have not committed. We do not agree that these people have committed the crime. And not only that,
and see if they beat the case.
Entire paradigm. Not only that, but I'm accepting this entire paradigm that what you're proposing is even possible.
Okay, Connor, wait,
let's see if they beat the case.
Go ahead, Stacks.
Connor,
please.
I got a question. What would you do about specific Trump officials? Like, let's just use like Pam Bondi as an example, who has at multiple times skirted court orders.
Okay, so
very harsh words. Very harsh.
Is it? What?
Sorry.
What I would need is so for instance, like let's get into specifics. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Okay.
Yeah.
The Justice Department slow walked / resisted a lower court order in order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and they fought over the word of facilitate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they dragged it out for 90 to 120 days or whatever, and then they brought him back for some kind of criminal processing. I don't even know what it was. You would have to show me a crime that Pam Bondi or a Trump representative actually committed that is indictable and convictable. Because as far as I know, slow walking a court order is actually not a crime until you reach contempt.
Okay. What about, sorry, just let me check here.
Just to jump past like hypotheticals, mm-hmm. you need to show me a convictable crime. So as an example, with the drone striking civilian ships in the Caribbean, I think that's quite possibly a war crime. I think it might be a violation.
Hegseth is liable.
I think Hegseth is potentially liable. Absolutely.
So he should be convicted of a crime after.
But you need to figure out what it is, and you also need to process through a court because
there's actually a precedent for this. So apparently there was a former attorney general who was convicted after Watergate. So there is precedent for prosecuting former cabinet members after they leave their office.
Instance, like I'm pretty sure, but is it Article 2, the roles and responsibilities of the presidency? I fucking forget which article is which article. But the point is that the president does have broad discretion when it comes to national security matters and when it comes to like declaring emergencies and responding to emergencies. But the question is,
I like how Hutch wastes 20 minutes after not listening correctly to Destiny. It sounded like what Destiny said. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, he could have been memeing, but it sounded like he said, every elected Republican who supported Trump should be deemed, like, it should be adjudicated that they violated the amendment about the insurrection. I don't know if it's with criminal charges or not, but and then you would bar these people from ever taking public office again, right? But this is like obviously a meme. Like, it's just obviously a meme, right?
he directed his Secretary of War to take military action against narco terrorists. So you effectively would have to go to a court and argue, like, what's the definition of a narco terrorist? Who has the ability to even declare what a narco terrorist organization is? Are you able to use lethal force just for drug trafficking? You would have to figure all this shit out. And I wouldn't, for me, I wouldn't spend the political capital on this for the next 2 years or 4 years.
But all you're describing is the process. Is like you're saying that it wouldn't be politically.
It would be moral to go after the Trump administration. But by the way, the time to do that wouldn't be after Trump's out of office. The time to do that would be now.
Well, we are taking them to, like, there's multiple lawsuits going on right now with the Trump administration. I don't understand.
Okay, also, we can't do it now because we don't control the
we can't do it. Caribbean boats.
We can't do it right now because we don't have the Department of Justice to charge or investigate these crimes owned by Trump.
Again, now we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty or whatever. I don't understand how Congress has oversight and yet has no ability to oversee or affect any executive action whatsoever.
Is that what they're saying? I don't even
Congress
think
can't charge crimes. They can make recommendations to the DOJ,
sure.
but
they can make criminal referrals, but they obviously can't charge.
Okay, but if we're currently blowing up boats, then shouldn't, I don't know, Democratic senators, like this is the one that we bumped onto that's probably the most obvious. Okay, so let's stick with this for a second. This is the most obvious one. How come I'm not seeing AOC, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or any of these people stepping up into Congress right now and saying, we're engaged in a unilateral, illegal, extra-constitutional, murderous campaign against civilians in the Caribbean, and regardless of whether or not these people are drug traffickers, this is like a breach of federal authority, and we need to do oversight immediately.
Well, hold on.
People literally been saying
Stephen,
that.
Do you agree? Stephen, do you agree that bombing those boats, that would be one of the things you would charge Trump with, like bombing the Venezuelan boats? Like, what are the crimes?
You wouldn't be charged as like a war crime because this is a Rome statute stuff. We're not a signatory to the ICC. I would charge you as fucking murder.
You charge him with murder. Okay, all right. Even though he didn't actually commit it, you're saying that, like...
okay, sorry. Conspiracy to commit murder.
Conspiracy to commit murder. Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
I'll put that back to Staxians. So Staxians, do you think Hexus should be charged with murder when the Trump admin is done?
Murder seems, I don't know specifically. Look, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know what specific crime he should be committed with, but I do know that I've got a quote here. He said about the Venezuelan strikes that he has absolute and complete authority based off of the defense of the American people alone and refused justification. I definitely think that there's something convictable in there. I don't know what specifically that crime would be.
Okay, so if we were,
I feel like we are getting. Somebody in chat said that they just loop until the call in. So I think what we'll do is we'll pick this back up the day after Thanksgiving and tune into some of these call-ins. I don't know what I thought going into this debate, but I feel like it's pretty obvious that this was very meme heavy. We're not discussing like serious proposals. Can't believe I let myself get stun locked so many times by chat because this is just not a serious conversation. We did read that the 2 National Guard members have died. It's horrible. Horrible. Yeah. Okay. I have to call the gun shop and figure out all the paperwork and shit that needs to get done before I get my fucking hand cannon. So I'm going to do that, take a walk, go outside, get some fresh air. I do feel better, which is nice. Today's been the first day that I haven't felt like I've been half asleep the whole day. I don't know what bug I got, but that was not great. Destiny has become the avatar of liberal rage. Yeah. I feel like when I watch these kind of conversations, I'm like trying to do my therapy thing where I'm not reacting necessarily. I'm trying not to react as much to the specific rhetoric and just trying to understand what's underneath that. And I think Destiny is obviously this year has hit just an internal breaking point about like where he's just, yeah, he's, and you know, to be fair, I think he has every right to be enraged. I don't disagree with being enraged at take your pick. There's like dozens of things we could talk about. But you guys tell me that they have a more reasonable, more kind of realistically grounded conversation. So we'll tune into that. And then we'll also watch the call-ins on Friday. On Friday, we're going to start the stream at the regular time, 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving, so I'm going to take that off. I hope you guys have, I hope you guys enjoy your Thanksgiving. Hope it's nice and relaxing for you guys. Daz Vidania, thank you again, buddy. Thank you so much for $20. Happy holidays to you as well. And yeah, if I can kick your feet up and just relax a bit, guys. Let's you know, try to disengage from politics tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'll see you guys in a couple of days. Enjoy your holidays. I love you guys. YouTube, I know we fight, but still love you. Still love you guys. Midlife Maddie, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very generous of you. Thank you very much for 10 gifted subs on Twitch. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, I'll see you guys in a couple of days.